What's going on, everybody? I'm streaming. I'm just setting up my tabs. There we go. I think Frank Tufano might have uploaded some new videos. Only some shorts. Oh my god, he looks so retarded. Dude, what the fuck? We gotta watch some of those later. Jesus. Why don't we start with how to improve your diet with Hamza Ahmed?
I remember when I was younger and I had struggled with improving my diet for years and years and years. And in 2020, I implemented a few different strategies that I had really seen anyone else speak about. And since that point, I've had really good control over the things that I eat. And to put this into perspective, like for most of my childhood and teenage years, I was kind of like a locust. Like I kind of had like the munchies, but without smoking weed, where I'd eat like the random, like, you know, the back of the cupboard snacks that had been there and they would pass their like expiration date. I was eating that. I had this like weird drain of willpower where I'd be in the store.
Who do you want and believe will be the American president in 2024? Trump, Biden, DeSantis, etc.
Well, Biden, obviously. He's the only safe and logical pick. Thanks for the donation, though, Leo.
And I'd be holding up like two different snacks and I couldn't decide which one. And, you know, like I didn't know which one to eat. It was like such a big decision for me. Like it was so important to know which snack was the right one for me to maximize pleasure. And I'd easily eat like the entire big, not the small ones, but the big bag of like Doritos and sweets and all that stuff. The strategies that I implemented to improve my diet forever, there's two things that I did. The first one was meditation. So I started to meditate daily. And what meditation will do for you in terms of your diet is that it will make it seem like the moments, like the instance when you cheat on your diet is delayed. So what I mean by this is, if you, let's imagine like you've never meditated, and let's say that I click my fingers and give you 3 months of meditation experience for free. What will happen is the next time you're about to cheat on your diet, you'll look at the snack that you usually do, and instead of grabbing it whilst your brain is AFK and eating it whilst you're getting negative thoughts about yourself, it's kind of like you have this like gap of intellect. That's a really good phrase. Meditation gives you a gap of intellect in when you make decisions, and you stop making decisions based on emotion and you start making them on intellect, on like a prefrontal cortex. That's kind of like the part of your brain that really understands things like society and laws and regulations and goals and values. So this isn't actually bro science, but when you meditate, your prefrontal cortex, like the front part of your brain, the most advanced part of your brain, it literally gets bigger. When you meditate,
It does not.
actually, for some, I don't know the scientific process, but you grow gray matter in your brain. Like your brain gets physically
No.
bigger, which is a good sign because you kind of want like a big brain, and you certainly want the prefrontal cortex, you certainly want that to work in a really, really powerful way, because that's what controls things like goals, delayed gratification, willpower, discipline. that gap of intellect will be your friend, because when you go and to a restaurant, or when you go to work or school and there's someone who's, you know, giving you something, or you got some food in the house, it's like the intelligent part of yourself is louder and able to say, oh no, but if I have that, I won't hit my goals. So what I'll just do to make this easier is I'll go and eat that healthy thing which satisfies me usually anyway.
This is a little strange. What he's really talking about is just self-control and discipline. That is something that is developed over time, that you get better at the more you do it. Not saying meditation can't help with something like this, but the idea that meditation would be more important than just the practice of using willpower and self-control is retarded.
Instead of like your desperate monkey mind saying subconsciously, eat it, because if you don't, someone else will eat it. And you remember how one of your siblings used to always eat your favorite snack, so eat it right now, secure the calories. You remember how we used to get beat as a child, and so we're traumatized and we're constantly feel unsafe. Eat it, secure the calories, because you might die otherwise. That's like the insecure monkey primal part of our brain. And that's actually, if I may get deeper into this video, that's why you struggle with your diet. I can assure you it's because of childhood trauma. I have never met any...
All the research on obesity points in the direction that food just tastes better now, and that better tasting food is just creating a stronger reward pattern in your brain to eat more. That's it. So sure, childhood trauma could make somebody indulge more or something, but food, plain and simple, tastes better than it used to. All the junk food and snacks and stuff we have now taste better than they did 40, 50 years ago. And now people are fatter as a result, because it just creates a greater sort of reward to eat more and more frequently.
Anyone who has problems with their diet, who was
Aaron
not
P, what's up?
traumatized as a child, and trying to fix the problem at the level of the problem. So trying to fix your diet with dieting tactics, with watching these fitness YouTubers, with tracking calories and all that stuff, it's a surface level remedy. It's putting a band-aid on.
The idea that you can't fix dieting problems by altering your diet is, again, fucking retarded. Again, all the latest obesity research suggests that, yes, the food options that you have matter, and if you deliberately choose foods that are less processed, less palatable, don't taste as good, you are less likely to overindulge, eat more frequently, and it's easier to manage your weight if you're actually able to control your food selection. So what the fuck is he talking about?
On a gash, because you need to figure out why this is happening in the first place, not just how to try and overcome it watching some cute fitness influencer talking about, you know, how to like eat cleaner or something. This is coming because you stay in a state of pain and a lack of safety and anxiety because you were hurt as a child. The love...
I don't know how the fuck you can make such a general claim. Like, if you ask most people why they're eating ice cream, they're not gonna fucking tell you, well, I was traumatized as a child and I'm looking for some sort of relief. Like, they're just gonna tell you because it fucking tastes good. It usually is that simple. The reason somebody's eating something is because it fucking tastes good.
love that your parents gave you wasn't consistent enough, and that's put you into this like fight or flight, like PvP enabled mode. And when you're in this mode, you can't delay gratification that much. You can't like think for the future because you're constantly in this state of worrying about now. This is why you're probably struggling with your diet. And I'm sure there's someone watching this who is struggling with their diets, but they weren't traumatized as a child. That can happen. But if you're actually being honest, like you probably had some bullshit going on. The way that your parents raised you probably wasn't good enough. They never read a book on parenting before they had.
Like, again, this is just a bizarre idea. Obesity rates have increased, clearly. More people are obese now than they were a few decades ago. Is his explanation for this? Well, there's more childhood trauma. Have people like suddenly gotten worse at parenting? Like it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like that can't be the explanation.
Children, which not most people don't, which is a bit stupid. It's a multiple year long journey to overcome that childhood trauma. I've been doing it myself, so I will just quickly tell you over the last few years what has helped me the most.
He's not sure what lie to come up with, so he's doing this long pause because he can't think of things, stupid lies quick enough on the spot.
Over the last
by the way, dude, if you're so rich and shit and you're making so much bank off your stupid Adonis school, why don't you get a fucking camera that works and has a usable autofocus? Like, holy shit. What fucking camera is this guy using? Why doesn't he have, like, a modern Sony camera that has a good fucking modern autofocus? Like, what the fuck is this?
few years, what's helped me the most with trauma the biggest thing I can tell you, breathing. Not some cute,
Oh god. Breathing has helped him the most with trauma. Oh my god. Sengoku don't tell us when people say Israel aren't terrorists. Let me see.
We do begin with that breaking news, though, out of the Middle East. The Israeli military says they mistakenly killed 3 Israeli hostages during the ground operation in the Gaza Strip. Let's bring in correspondent Robert Sherman live in Tel Aviv.
Okay.
Destiny and Arden Ross get into a fight on the Scuffed podcast. Gets really personal. Would love to see you on a Scuffed podcast one day. Would be very minty.
Reincarnation.
Tifu, Destiny, Devin, and your age. What is your guys' take on religion?
I heard that if you f up really bad in life, you get reincarnated as an Aiden Ross fan. Is that true?
Oh my god.
Fringe. Actually, I would rather be an Aiden Ross fan than let my girl get fucked.
Yo!
Hey, come back!
I'm being honest. That's just what I would rather
Trent
do.
has his headphones on. Trent can hear all this.
You know what I'm saying? But
Trent's
what is your
freaking the fuck
take on religion, sir? Go ahead.
He's atheist as fuck.
I guess I'm
You're an atheist? All right, so he's going to hell.
He's a
all
Buddhist.
Right, Devin, what is your take? Buddhist?
I'm a Zen Buddhist.
Tifu?
Yeah.
I grew up Christian, and then I'm just.
Do you believe in God or like a higher power?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem particularly interesting, but I wouldn't mind being on the podcast. Thanks for the donation, Blue Balls.
Robert, this certainly is breaking news. What more are you hearing from the IDF?
Yeah, this just coming in a couple of minutes ago, Nicole. What the IDF is saying is that there's fighting taking place in northern Gaza where they mistakenly identified 3 hostages as members of Hamas, opened fire and killed them. The IDF says that they had concerns about all of this, so transfer the bodies back to Israel, in which they were able to confirm that the 3 people who they killed were Israeli hostages. They have been identified. One of them, Yotam Haim, a second.
Yeah, I mean, this does happen. The idea that I know people are going to use this and say, like, oh, see, fucking Israel just indiscriminately kills. Like, again, they're a modern Western civilization that is under a democracy, and they've taken responsibility for the killings. Like, yeah, shit like this happens. Well, anyway.
Like, oh, take a deep breath when you get stressed. You've heard that before. You don't need me to tell you that. But specifically making sure that I'm...
How long is a $50 twerk? It's up to 5 minutes.
Do you think this guy is hot? What kind of guys are you interested in?
No, don't think he's hot. Not really interested in dudes. Maybe like a cute femboy would be best case scenario. Thanks for the donation though, Richard Kumar Burgess.
Inhaling and exhaling fully throughout the day in moments where I am not agitated and activated. So basically, like if you're just in a normal part of your day.
Yeah, I guess fucking what? Breathing deeply is not a cure or treatment for PTSD. So we donated $2. Thoughts on the direct action? Let me see.
In the neighborhoods we come from, the three... A path.
I think that's stupid.
You missed the best part. Ardin calls Destiny a full-blown faggot.
Let me see, blue balls. Yeah, I think those sorts of actions are stupid, personally.
Destiny? You're talking about actual Destiny? Not this cuck Destiny, the real Destiny?
I don't even know anything about. All I know about you is that your ex has OnlyFans and you're like living in Andrew Tate's shadow. So I don't even know how to insult you. I don't even know what to say.
All I know about you is that you're a full blown.
No, that's great. You know, just like I would say that all your fans are too, but I'm pretty sure like 80% of your fans are botted, so I can't even really make fun of them. Like Jesus, like I don't even know what to say about
you. You say that, but I go into your. What
happened when I left?
I go into your chat. Shit.
Yo, that's a good topic.
You go into my chat and you don't see shit. You can't see shit in my chat because
your chat doesn't move.
You can't see shit in my chat because it's not all pictures and you can't read.
Why does your chat move?
All right. Well, thanks for the donation, blue balls. Let me see this other one.
Purple 2, you ready to split off? Try to do it unnoticed if you can. Over.
That's horrible.
Oh my God! You're okay. You're okay.
Get a key. Key.
Okay.
Get the key.
Who's up there? Are you okay?
I'm good.
Down. Oh, sorry. I understand you're in peace, but you're up there. Let's get you out of here, okay? Let's get you out of here. Copy. Over.
Yeah, that's a little stupid. Locking your neck to a conveyor belt, you would suspect that would choke somebody. I think this sort of thing is good for sure. And I'm not against intervening at a slaughterhouse, like sabotage or anything. But yeah, I think that was stupid. Like locking your neck to a machine that's moving, you'd expect you'd choke somebody. Well, what matters is their hearts are in the right place.
You're doing whatever you're doing, you're watching YouTube videos, you're brushing your teeth. Really cueing and becoming more aware to yourself of your breathing and making sure that your stomach, then your chest, expands and gets smaller with each breath. Not breathing properly is the number one reason why I think I stayed in that traumatic zone up until I was like 24, 25 years old. I went through therapy.
The idea that he... Like, this is what makes me think he's full of shit about his childhood trauma. Like, rather than saying therapy, meditation, mindfulness practice, just getting older and wiser and, like, being able to understand and properly internalize things that have happened. Like, rather than saying these things are what helped me overcome my childhood trauma, he says fucking breathing. Like, from somebody who had a fucking fairly traumatic childhood, I can fucking guarantee you, breathing does not help with childhood trauma.
Martial arts, coaching, EMDR therapy, which is the most effective therapy, psychedelics.
Wait, what did he say?
Most effective therapy, coaching, EMDR therapy, which is
EMDR therapy. EMDR stands for eye movement desensitization and processing. It is a psychotherapy approach that was developed to help individuals process and alleviate the distressing symptoms associated with traumatic experiences, particularly post-traumatic stress disorder. Involves a structured 8-phase approach that integrates elements of cognitive behavioral therapy with bilateral stimulation, typically in the form of rapid eye movements, though other forms of stimulation like hand tapping or auditory tones can be used. Oh, I've heard of this. Okay. Involves the individual recalling distressing memories while simultaneously engaging in bilateral stimulation. This is thought to help the brain process the traumatic memories, enabling the individual to process and integrate the emotions, thoughts, and sensations associated with the trauma in a more adaptive way. I don't know if that's the most effective form of therapy. Not everybody with childhood trauma has PTSD. Poopy Butt donated $2. I love you, vegan gains. Is it true meat eating makes you more aggressive?
Do you get more aggressive when you're on the carnivore diet?
I think you do.
Yeah.
The very first
There's literally no evidence of that.
carnivore month, I noticed I was like, God, I feel a little aggro. That was when I went very strict carnivore. Most of what I'm eating is meat and eggs. But the thing is, I feel great.
Yeah.
My mind, I'm very clear-headed, and I have a lot of energy.
The only explanation for this is eating a low carbohydrate diet and restricting calories can make you more agitated because your brain isn't functioning properly and you're starved for calories. But yeah, meat eating does not make you more aggressive.
Energy. It's like every time I do it, every January, I'm like, God, why don't I eat this way all the time? The problem is I'm a glutton.
Yeah.
And I really love pasta, and I really love cheeseburgers, and I really love pizza. I fucking love pizza, man.
Do you get...
Let's see.
When I did the carnivore diet before, I would call what I'm doing now more animal-based, because I'm doing it from Paul's descriptions, which is will still eat fruit, and I will still eat honey and a few other things. But when I did it before, I did an entire month with nothing but meat. I ate mostly ribeye steaks, and if I ate lean game meat, I ate like bacon with it.
Oh, wow.
And maybe some eggs. The difference there...
He's not going to live very long if he eats like this.
...was my workouts were a little flat. There's no flatness to my workouts with the fruit. When keeping the fruit in and keeping the carbohydrates from
Yes, because you need carbohydrates to actually have a high level of fitness.
the fruit and the sugars from the fruit, I don't have any problem with workout. Even fasted workouts are better.
Yeah, like only a fucking idiot would eat a 0 carbohydrate diet if they're interested in fitness. Thanks for the donation, Poopy Butt.
Can you please share the strongest evidence for why refined sugar is bad?
I don't really know much research on sugar in particular. I do know of one study where showed sugar is not associated with, I think it's all-cause mortality so long as it's under 10% of daily food calories.
Turning Islamic terrorists into goo is a just cause if I ever heard one. There is a valid argument that even worrying about hostages after terrorists murder 1,200 and leave with them is encouraging their rapish strategies. If they want jihad, bring them jihad.
Yeah, I mean, they captured so many people though. I think there would be an interest in rescuing hostages for sure. There can be an argument made as far as negotiations go. But obviously, since they captured so many, you'd want to you'd want it to be some sort of priority to rescue hostages. I know people are going to make a huge deal about, 3 of the hostages being killed by the IDF, and I don't know what you expect. It's a fucking war zone. But thanks for that donation, Darth Putin. Total sugar, added sugar, fructose, and sucrose intake can all cause cardiovascular and cancer mortality. Systematic review and dose-response meta-analysis of prospective cohorts. Comparing the highest with the lowest categories of total sugars, summary risk ratio was 1.09 for all-cause mortality, 1.1 for CVD mortality, and 1.0 for cancer mortality. So it didn't have any effect on cancer mortality. For fructose, relative risk was 1.09 for all-cause, 1.11 for CVD, and 1.0 for cancer mortality. So again, no association. Restricted cubic splines found nonlinear association of total sugar and fructose with all-cause CVD mortality. Significant increment in risk of all-cause and CVD mortality was observed with greater than 10% energy intake to 20% energy intake for total sugars and fructose. No association was found for the added sugars and sucrose with all-cause CVD and cancer mortality. So, there you go. That is this was published recently. I saw a different meta-analysis published a few years ago with similar findings, but it's probably the best study I know of for why sugar's bad for you. Thanks for the nation, Animal Liberation. Dodo donate $2. Cute baby cow.
See, she's pushing, which is good. She's getting some good contractions there. Okay, so you can see the fetus.
I don't want to watch that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Which is the most effective therapy. Psychedelics. I took mushrooms. I have not done anything stronger than that, but I've taken psychedelic mushrooms.
Hi VG. I hope you are great tonight. So I forgot to tell you that my work had a holiday celebration that offered vegan options, but all I got was a fucking salad. Grr, this was my reaction.
Are you feeling mad? Yeah. Are you feeling kinda sad too? Yeah. Yeah, you're kinda mad at Russell and you're sad that you lost all of your bubbles here.
I could understand that. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Mushrooms. I've done truffles. The single greatest thing that helped me for free with absolutely zero side effects was just making sure that I was breathing right through the day. So this is a protocol that I do.
Yeah, this is idiotic.
When I'm brushing my teeth in the morning, that's when I'm really aware. So I purposely brush my teeth in a way that I'm like staring at my stomach. So I brush my teeth like shirtless always. And I stare at my stomach in the mirror every time I brush my teeth. And I make sure that I'm breathing so fully that my belly moves, then my chest moves. And then especially for guys, I'm not sure what happens to girls, but for guys, up until my balls move. So literally like I'm looking at my balls when I brush my teeth. And I want them to like kind of bulge a little bit. If they don't bulge, the breath didn't even count. Like literally, if your balls don't move and you breathe.
Is he literally like copying shit Elliot Hull said like 10 years ago? Breathe through your balls? The fuck? By the way, you cannot force your balls to move.
Breathe. You didn't even take like a real breath. And you'd be very surprised, because if you're not going to purposely, you know, as guys, we can kind of like move our dicks. If you're not going to purposely do that, you might be surprised that for the next few months, you can't even make your balls breathe once. And I promise you, that is actually such a big problem that you don't realize. And if I was going to go back in time right now and I see younger Hamza, who is spending all of his time trying to make muscle to attract women, or he's spending all of his time on business, I'd tell him, I know that you're not going to listen to me, but if I'm going to force you to do something, I'd force you to make this your main goal. Because everything you do after you start breathing right is just going to be better. You bring so much better energy. Like you can say this is some spiritual woo-woo. I am telling you the truth. You bring your real, authentic, loving self to everything you do, including your diets, but also your work, your relationships with people, when you aren't constraining your stomach. Your stomach is a very special place of power, of love, of sexual energy. And all of these things will absolutely impact your diet choices. But when your stomach is constricted, and it really is, even though you're not aware of it, it really is constricted, then you're not going to bring like the free energy to life. So when you do have that tight stomach because you haven't learned to breathe properly, you're going to start to take more shorter term decisions. You're going to cheat on your diet. You're going to eat the cake or the biscuit or the junk food instead of going.
Yeah, breathing does not make you eat junk food. Or, sorry, lack of breathing. Or lack of breathing deeply doesn't make you eat fucking junk food. Oh my god. Where did he get this, like, stupid fucking idea from? Because it sounds like Elliot Hulse. It sounds to me like he's copying shit that Elliot Hulse said from years ago.
Home and just preparing the food like you said you would. Because you're in a state of fight or flight. You're literally suffocating without even realizing it, because this is how you've breathed all your entire life. So if you can try this right now, if you take a breath.
Glad I caught you just in time. Just got back from Godzilla -1. And holy shit, the movie was massively outstanding. Highly encourage you to go see it, and I mean see it in theaters. Yes, it's a must. The ticket was $20, but it was worth every penny.
I don't go out to the movies anymore. I'm gonna wait till it's out on streaming to watch it. But that's good to hear it's good. I'm also excited for the next Godzilla movie with King Kong. That looks like it's probably going to be good. Thanks for the donation, Dutchy.
The host of the show Trainwrecked is a pretty chill dude. He's one of the more OG Twitch streamers, and also one of the co-founders of Kick. He wanted an alternative to Twitch without the insane censorship, but he's not a crazy right-winger or anything.
Well, that's pretty cool. I'll see if I can get on there. Thanks for the donation though, Mr. Balls.
What made me think that my work just doesn't give a fuck about employees that are vegans, that they've legit vegan options for patients. I work in a large hospital in their clinical nutrition team, and this is how I was treated. I now know where I stand with them.
Yeah, nothing but salad. Like, you can literally go to the grocery store and find, like, vegan cupcakes and cookies and, like, even just chips. And then all they do is give you salad.
Ah, come on, man. If you wait till it's available for streaming at home, it's going to kill the experience for you. At least wait a couple weeks till it's not crowded anymore.
Yeah, I just don't go to the movies anymore, dude. I can't be fucked. It's, yeah, it's just not a good experience anymore. Thanks for the donation, though, Dutchie. And, thanks for the donation, Ben. Peace donated $2. Lionheart Blood is attacking the chat. Time to put him down. Please listen for 55 seconds because I don't have any more money. I've heard the song before. Thanks for the donation piece.
And your stomach moves outwards. Keep breathing until your chest moves outwards. Keep breathing until your balls move. You probably forced it then. You probably like forced your balls to move. That wasn't real. But if you kept on doing this, there'll be a time when you're not actually moving your balls. And
you can't force your balls to move. They will contract or sag based on things like whether or not they're getting bounced around. So like actually hitting them if you're running a lot, or if you're fighting or something, they'll contract a little bit. If it's very warm, they'll sag more. If it's very cold, they'll shrivel up. You can't, like, there's no muscle around your fucking balls that you can just control.
they move naturally. That is a full breath. And then, very importantly, I didn't do it that time because I spoke. My apologies, but you need to then make sure you exhale literally all the air as if you're dying. There's almost like a little bit you've got to push out. I know that this wasn't what you were expecting in this video, and you probably wanted some like basic surface level advice. You probably knew that you weren't going to get that from me, and I was going to say some weird shit like breathe into your balls. But this will actually help you a lot more. Like those fitness pieces of advice, tracking your macros and everything, that stuff's really cool. But if you don't have the foundation of your health, which is your breath, trying to do any kind of like random tactic of weighing your food on MyFitnessPal is not going to help you. Even if it helps you, like imagine you do it perfectly with perfect consistency and you lose the weight, congratulations. You've lost the weight, but you're still not even alive. You okay? You've got a six-pack, but you're not even breathing. You've got a six-pack and your dick is inside of a girl right now, which was your ultimate goal. You're not even breathing or enjoying yourself. Your mouth breathing there. If you saw a video of yourself, you'd be there, like basically like dead inside, mouth breathing whilst you're fucking this girl that you prized yourself on. Chasing after all of these.
Like, it's just so baffling what he's fucking saying. So now he's admitting that, yeah, you can lose weight and manage your weight using an actual effective strategy. And then he's like, but you're not breathing deep, so anything you do is not the least bit pleasurable. Like, what?
real world accomplishments, including like the improvements of your diet, especially because most likely you're doing it for a shallow reason, because you just want to get laid or you want to attract the opposite sex. That's not shallow, actually. I won't lie to you, that's not shallow. That's actually a very like primal, huge desire. But whatever you're improving your diet for, is it not for health and a better life? And you can shortcut that by making sure you breathe right. And then I promise you, when you take a deep breath, when you are encountering a moment of cheating on your diet and you're in the kitchen and you see that thing that you've always cheated on your diet with in front of you, and you just breathe all the way fully, you'll have this like calm serenity. You'll have this
The only path to until are slow, sir. Did you hear about the bull in New Jersey that was running on the tracks? I did not. Where the hell did that bull come from? Oh, poor little cow. Yeah. Oh, that's a really cute cow. Also, sentience. Oh my god. Wow, that's a Hyrax. Oh my god. She recognized himself in the mirror? Wow. That's amazing. I like Hyraxes, they're really cute. Oh. My god. That's some good munching. Kangaroos are really cool.
How would you describe yourself?
As nothing. There's no self.
How would you like to be remembered?
Doesn't matter.
What were your dreams as a child?
Nightmares.
How would you describe?
That is David Lynch. I don't know who the other guy is. Thanks for the donation, though, the only path.
Moments of intellect, and that will really help you. Then I want to give you another piece of advice, which is actually diet focused. So I apologize if this is just all you wanted to hear was like specific diet. Tell me what to eat.
He's gonna
I'm not going to
recommend
tell
the
you what to
carnivore diet,
eat, because
isn't he?
when you look online, you know this. There's a lot of different information, isn't there? And so one of the hardest parts of improving your diet for you has been that everyone is disagreeing with each other. And so if we looked at your diet history, we'd see that you had tried like 20 different things over the last few years, right? Maybe even 100 different diets, foods, this fasting protocol, this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing. None of that is infinite or sustainable. And it's kind of like being a shit entrepreneur where you just keep trying a business model, new business model. You're going to make no progress, right? It's better to have like a crappy business model. It's better to have kind of like a crappy diet, but be able to sustain it forever and then keep making small 1% improvements to it. What no one online is going to tell you, none of these fitness guys and everything, is truthfully, you can become healthy with virtually any of the diet.
Will we really be watching Sneako versus Dr. K tonight? Sounds interesting also. How come you aren't into crime dramas? A lot of the best shows ever made are crime dramas. You should give them a chance.
So I'll watch something like The Sopranos or
I ban people because I'm a bitch. I put mute people when I don't hear what I want. I live in my own bubble. I'm depressed because I'm weak on the inside. I bash Frank because I don't like myself. Frank's face is fucked up, but my mind is like Frank's face 10x.
That's great. Richard Burgess Shadowside. Thanks for that donation. So we are going to watch Sneako and Dr. K. Crime dramas are just usually shit and boring. So I'll watch something like The Sopranos or Breaking Bad because they're actually good and interesting, and they're from the perspective of the criminal, but most crime dramas, they're usually from the perspective of the police, and they're all the fucking same. So I don't give a shit. Most crime dramas just suck.
If you were to work out twice in one day, do you think it is best to do cardio in the morning and then aerobic exercises later in the evening?
Aerobic exercise is cardio. So, what are you talking about? Do you mean, is it better to do weight training at night? But aerobic exercise is literally cardio. So, if you're doing cardio and cardio, you can do cardio whenever you want. You can do 2 cardio sessions if you want. If you're doing weight training and cardio, it depends what you want to prioritize. If you're prioritizing...
I meant anaerobics.
Okay, so anaerobic training would either be like sprinting, HIIT training, weight training. So it depends on what you want to prioritize. If you want to prioritize anaerobic adaptations, then do anaerobic training first. If you want to prioritize aerobic adaptations, do aerobic training first. Also, like, there's a personal preference aspect. If you just feel better at night when you do anaerobic training and you're more motivated and you enjoy it more, then do it at night. It doesn't really matter, you know, what order then.
I'm not sure how long it'll be before I kill myself. The antidepressants ain't working well. My wife is uglier than shit. 1/3 of YouTube hates me. My channel got banned, unbanned, and lost my revenue. So I have to do streaming to get donations.
My channel isn't banned, so... Yeah, thanks for that donation there, Richard Burgess. You're an idiot. Yeah, so whatever you want to prioritize, you know, if you care more about certain adaptations, then train that first. The only reason you'd want to maybe do, you know, if you just feel better doing certain things at a certain time of day and you enjoy the training more in a given order, then you might want to consider that. But generally speaking, if you want to prioritize certain adaptations, then you do that training first. So there, I think that answers your question. Thanks for the donation, dude. All right.
It's that people talk about. You just have to follow like one golden rule. And the golden rule, don't eat shit. That's the one rule if you want to have a...
I mean, there are diets where you literally only eat shit. It's called the carnivore diet. So I don't know how the hell that's really useful advice.
Healthy diets. Don't try and restrict yourself. Don't even go on the carnivore diet. So often I'll go on the carnivore diet where I'll literally just eat meat. It's a very restrictive diet. I have the discipline to maintain that, but many people...
Yeah, so you're an idiot.
Sing?
Alright, I shall sing for you. Thanks for the donation, Round Square. Your holy books inspire hate, despair, and drama. If your God loves you, I hope you make him wear a condom. People think with prayer they're safe in the streets. Frederick Douglass didn't come free till he prayed with his feet. You can tell that he and God are made. They both want unquestioned authority and demand slaves. Any incarnation of slaves not good so far. So from here we can deduce Stockholm Syndrome is not hood. But I'll never worship anything with evil in it, especially something allowed evil to even exist. I don't give a shit if he created me. That didn't give him the right to commit genocide with pride and act crazily. His abuse and neglected claim, this crooked biz. This was DCF with belief is so important that if you don't, without the type of proof you need in court to avoid jail, give me a gas can, send me, I don't know about you, but this looks like imprisonment. What's worse is that prisoners don't know that they're prisoners, even defend the tactics that are used to imprison them. You are conquered minds sent to conquer other minds. Come and here can even defend the tactics that are used to imprison them. Another, a conquered mind trying to conquer other minds, pleading. Religious freedom is an oxymoron. None of them books scare me, not the Bible, not the Quran. This is to Islam and its fundamentalism. The day you release your women, I'll quit releasing venom. Until then, no amount of scientific contributions could ever excuse your hateful chauvinistic institution. But here's the reason I'm not a Muslim. Children, see, your anointed prophet used to fucking listen. Muhammad was taking children as wives when he married at 6 and consummated at 9. He was somewhere in his 50s trying to get in them drawers. That she wasn't even 10 yet, still playing with dolls. So they try to hit me with the, oh, the times are different, rationalizing atrocities. Now you sound like Christians. I charge the views on women as sickening. Either update the culture or just fade into history. But either way, this looks like imprisonment. What's worse is that the prisoners don't know that they're prisoners. Even defend the tactics that are used to imprison them. You conquered minds, sent to conquer other minds, selling, come here and hear the truth. I don't know about you, but this looks like imprisonment. What's worse is that the prisoners don't know that the prisoners even defend the tactics that are used to imprison them. Another conquered mind, trying to conquer other minds, pleading, come hear the truth. Thank you. That's a good song. I agree with the message. Thanks for the donation around square.
F the medication changes. Move somewhere warm already, like in the US, to fix your goddamn depression.
I can't just up and move to Florida. It's not that simple. I don't even know if I'd want to move to Florida. I'm considering if my depression's gonna be this bad every fucking winter that I'll just spend maybe 3 months in a warm country like Thailand or something every winter just to avoid the depression. Considering doing that. Thanks for the donation though, Alan. Dodo $20, oh my god, am on thumbnail, I'm famous, react to this, look at his lawyers bro the whole time. So you now how he lied about 2 election workers in Georgia. He was ordered to pay $150 million in damages. That's the context. Jesus.
I might as well just do it. My channel won't ever recover. I cry on Destiny's shoulders when I'm depressed. My wife constantly tells me I'm scaring the animals. I snap on random pedestrians and threaten people. This society hates me. Animals barely like me.
That's too bad. Thanks for the donation, Richard Burgess.
Of course, there's very little I can say right now. I have to analyze this. Obviously, possibly we'll move for a new trial. Certainly we'll appeal. The absurdity of the number merely underscores the absurdity of the entire proceeding, where I've not been allowed to offer one single piece of evidence in defense. of which I have a lot. So I am quite confident when this case gets before a fair tribunal, it'll be reversed so quickly, it'll make your head spin, and the absurd number that just came in will help that, actually.
Why did you choose not to
All right,
testify
why do you think
today?
it was unfair? We got these saying it was an unfair tribunal. Why do you think it was unfair?
Because I cannot go into the details. I didn't testify because the judge made it clear that if I made any mistake or did anything wrong, she was considering contempt, and this judge does have a reputation for putting people in jail, and I thought, honestly, it wouldn't do any good.
Do you still believe that what you said about these two women in the wake of the 2020 election was truthful?
Do you still believe these claims?
Still believe those
I have no doubt. I have no doubt that my comments were made and they were supportable and are supportable today. I just did not have an opportunity to present the evidence that we offered. Did you notice we were not allowed to put in one piece of evidence in defense? Do you
This literally sounds like Alex Jones type horse shit.
also realize that liability is not based on any trial? Liability is based on her disagreement with me on discovery, which is absurd.
Why didn't you take the stand?
Because I believe the judge was threatening me with the strong possibility that I'd be held in contempt or that I'd even be put in jail. So it didn't seem like it was going to do much to persuade anybody, and it could give her what she seemed to be threatening.
Did you believe the women's
Do you have
testimony?
any regrets about
That's all I have to say. I
have.
have.
Dude, he is so screwed. Like, he is just beyond fucked. That's pretty funny that he lost. All the fucking, I love how just everybody around Trump is getting absolutely fucking screwed. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Will Mage, $20. Are you into bush or clean shaved? I'm fine with pubic hair. It just makes it a lot easier to eat a girl's pussy if they're clean shaved. So, if a girl is really into oral sex and wants their pussy eaten all the time, I'd at least like them to keep their hair shorter. But, yeah, I'm fine with pubic hair. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
You should try to get an interview with Gary Yarovsky. His speech turned me vegan also. Have you ever met him or talked to him?
Never met him. Never met him, never talked to him. Apparently he doesn't really want to do social media anymore and stuff, so... I don't know if I'd really get along with him. Yeah, I don't know what his stance would be on things like culling carnivorous animals and shit like that. So, I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to do an interview with him, honestly. But thanks for the donation, Alan.
Why do SJWs hate white people so much, seeing how they support Hamas?
I don't know, man. They're retarded. Pretty much anything can be explained with they're retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Don't you hate it when a parent says, "I'm still your mother or father," when in reality that parent was absent from your childhood and young adult life? I never asked to be alive, so I don't owe anyone a goddamn thing. I'm only alive because of fucking.
Yes, that is kind of a retarded explanation. Or excuse to treat you a certain way. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Ninja.
people don't, which is fine. What I would say to you, what I would recommend to you, imagine you were like asking me for advice personally and I was at your house and you were telling me, okay, this is the diet you're trying right now. You're going to have like this shot of apple cider vinegar because some YouTuber said it was good. And then you're going to fast for 16 hours and then you're going to do this. What I would tell you is, first of all, let's throw away all the food that you've got in here because it's all rubbish. Eat the kind of diet that you could eat every single day for the rest of your life, like the foods that you could eat. So if I'm saying, okay, there's some people who literally eat only meat. There's some people who literally eat only vegetables. If you would find that hard to sustain because you want vegetables and meat, then just eat both. Don't overthink it because...
Or you could just eat a vegan diet, and you have enough options there, including mock meats, where anybody can follow that type of dietary pattern. It's provably, demonstrably better for you. And it's also better for the animals, the environment. Could just do that. $2. Look at Mr. Free Speech, read how many right-wing woke snowflakes in the comments, and the end wokeness guy is woke himself. This is Michael Cassidy, is devout Christian former military officer. Michael just tore down and beheaded the Satan idol that was erected in the Iowa Capitol. Yeah, I've seen that. We need more men like that. It's the only way we can save America. None of these people care about free speech. They're just like Christian nationalists. They just invoke this idea of free speech when they want their speech to be protected, but they don't believe in free speech. They just believe in Christian nationalism. These people are retarded.
Danny of Level lives in Florida. You guys could be best friends. Don't be lazy, actually make a change.
I don't know who Danny of LVL is, but thanks for the donation, Alan. Thanks, Dodo.
Dieting is hard enough, like without getting to this extreme level.
Vegan diet is not extreme.
Dieting is, oh god, that to sustain it. So what will be better is if you just follow this one rule, this one exercise, like this action step. Tell me how many ingredients you eat. What is the number? The moment you can tell me that, you'll be healthy. Simple as that.
No. There's different types of processed food. Like, sugar is one ingredient. It's sugar. Is sugar healthy for you? Like, can I literally just drink sugar water because it has one ingredient? Donated tellers, isn't it crazy how Zelensky used to be president in TV and now this is playing out IRL? Let me see.
And speaking of Hamas,
I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hello?
Good morning, Mr. Kolaborodka. Can I connect you with Angela Merkel?
Yes, you can connect.
Hello. My congratulations. We decided to take your country to the European Union.
Oh, fuck! Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, wow! Oh, you know, I'm so happy. Yes. Thank you very much, all the Ukrainians and all of our country. We've been waiting for this so much time.
Ukrainians?
Yes, Ukrainians.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's a mistake. I was calling to Montenegro.
Okay.
That is pretty weird. Also, what you think of this? Let me see.
Israel has the right to defend itself against Hamas terrorism. It does not have the right
to go to war against the Palestinian people
They're not at war with the Palestinian people. They're at war with Hamas.
and kill thousands of innocent children and women.
They do have a right to kill innocent children and women if Hamas is using human shields.
And men. I have asked President Biden to do two things. Number one, not support $10 billion for Netanyahu's right-wing government to continue their horrific military strategy. Number two.
Well, that's just fucking stupid. That's literally just saying you want Hamas and possibly other Arab nations to just go to war with Israel.
Two, to support the United Nations resolution, which would provide a humanitarian ceasefire.
The ceasefire thing is fucking stupid. Ceasefires aren't going to do anything. Yeah, you're going to have a ceasefire, and then there's just going to be another terror attack.
So that the UN and other aid organizations can provide humanitarian relief that the Palestinian people desperately need.
Bernie Sanders is a fucking idiot. That's one of his worst takes of all time. Theocratic Fascist donated $2.
News broke last week that a popular YouTuber who goes by the name
Oh my god.
Destiny is getting...
Open marriages can never and should never work. So how many fucking, like, normal, non-open marriages fail? And then because his marriage failed, it has to be because it's an open marriage. So Steven Crowder's marriage, that didn't last too long, I guess. Did that fail because it was a closed marriage or a traditional marriage? I'll react to that in a minute. Dodo, let me see.
But I want you to know that surviving that massacre shaped everything about me in my whole life. I completely became a new person. I didn't want to study politics. I didn't want to become a journalist. I didn't want to leave home. I didn't want to come to the UK. I wanted to be with my family. I wanted to be with my only brother. I wanted to spend time drinking mint tea in the morning. But actually, I had to leave. And I left in 2016 because I decided I have to do something for my people so no child can ever witness what I witnessed. No child needs to know what loss is, what death is at the age of 14. No child. And I left. And I kept for every single day. I'm there, I'm trying to dedicate my life for my people, for our struggle, to talk about what's happening to us. I wanted to become a UN Peace Ambassador. Yeah, you can laugh. It's okay.
Oh my god. Fucking UN.
Yeah, a UN Peace Ambassador. I thought I'm gonna make peace by being part of the UN. And then, I swear, you can Google it. It was all over the news. And then I thought, okay, you know what? No, Yara, you need to do something more, you're gonna have to do something more, like, stronger, So I decided I'm gonna study law.
Who is she?
I have no idea. Dodo sent me this video, so I don't know who she is. Thanks for the donation, James.
International law, and I'm gonna take Israel to the ICC. And I really, I went to the University of Edinburgh. I started learning. I was studying international relations, and then every year I discover actually the ICC is useless. So okay, I have to change my dreams. Okay, so now. Okay, I can't be a UN ambassador. I can't be an international lawyer. I need to do something. I need to do something that's different. That's not gonna, I realize that being part of these organizations is not gonna do anything. The world has failed us for 75 years. I'm not gonna get justice through organizations that systematically continued to kill us. Systematically.
This girl's a stupid bitch. Okay, I don't know why you sent me that.
How many ingredients you eat? First of all, what is an ingredient? An ingredient is the singular food source that's on the back of, like, you know, when you buy something and you look at the back, it's the ingredients list. That. Tell me how many ingredients you eat. Right now, for 99% of the population, or more than that.
Like, I mean, you could make a curry that has like 10 or 15 ingredients. Like, there's, 5 or 6 different spices. There's 5 or 6 different vegetables. Like, is it bad for you? Like, no. So what the fuck does it matter if there's like an ingredients list?
They can't. They'd have to guess, and their guess would be wildly inaccurate. They'd have to go through all of the random cardboard boxes of pizza and sweets and random shit that they eat and bread and stuff, and count it all up, and it'd be probably like 70 to 200. Unacceptable. When you can look me in the eyes and you can say,
okay, cool. So, I guess Tang, because there's only like 2 or 3 ingredients in Tang. Sugar, food coloring, and orange flavor. It's good for you.
here are the ingredients that I eat. Beef, chicken, sweet potatoes, oranges, bananas, honey, and seasoning. You will be healthy.
No, if your diet is primarily consisting of red meat and animal products, you will not be healthy.
When you can literally like spout out a list, not of foods, not of meals, but of ingredients, of literally the pure, like singular food source, then you'll be healthy. This is the golden rule.
No, he's literally assuming every food is healthy.
So how many ingredients do you eat? You can go and find out. You could go and find all your meals right now, see what the ingredients are, and you might be surprised that that random like chicken salad that looks kind of healthy, or the chicken sandwich or something that you might get at work or school, and you look at the back and it's like it's got 50 random fucking ingredients, and you're like, what the fuck is an emulsifier? Half of these words.
What? An emulsifier is something that can combine water and fat. That's what an emulsifier is. Like, why is an emulsifier bad for you?
Words you don't even know, you've never read before, and they're not even a real food source. It's some random shit that's been put in there to make it easy for like normies to eat.
This guy literally doesn't understand what an emulsifier is, and he's just
They have only been doing it to the Plastians for 75 years because of what they have been doing to Gaza.
I guess. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. He doesn't even know what an emulsifier is, and he's just assuming it's bad.
But when you can literally think to yourself, okay, you know what? I'm going to start from the baseline, and I'm going to start with just a few ingredients. I'm going to have a carb source, rice or sweet potatoes. I'm going to experiment and see which one's better for me. And now I'm just going to have like sweet potatoes seems fine for me. I'm just going to have a fuck ton of them every day. So I personally have like just under a kilogram of sweet potatoes every day. Feels awesome. I'm strong as fuck in the gym now. Sweet. Sometimes I'll go on to carnivore and I won't eat any plants. I won't eat any vegetables. But when I'm really into the gym, then I'll eat.
Yeah, again, this is just assuming every food you can possibly eat is healthy. That's just idiotic.
Sweet potatoes. I'll eat like a kilogram of it a day. And I hit PRs every workout. Like when I really enjoy my workout, that's when I start doing. Then I also have beef, I have chicken. Sometimes, very rarely, I'll have like a different meat, like lamb. I have butter. I have kefir, which is kind of like raw milk. And then I have fruit. The seasonings I have are basic as well. I don't even have like any kind of like...
the only foods he's eating that are good for him are sweet potatoes and fruit.
Middle Eastern style seasonings, because they often upset my stomach. I have salt, I have pepper. That's about it. I can look you in the eyes and I can tell you my list of ingredients.
So he eats like shit, for the most part, aside from the sweet potatoes and fruit he eats. And this idiot is giving you diet advice. Genius. Since James is here, let's watch the Frank Tufano shorts that he uploaded. He looks so bad, dude. Oh my god.
What's up, guys? We are extending the 33,000 giveaway to blind Americans to all mentally disabled people. Apparently, there's not as many blind people as I thought, and I didn't get that many emails. So if you've been a customer of mine at any point in the past, and you have a friend, family...
This is a scam. So he took out a $33,000 loan to be able to afford the surgery, and now he's saying he is going to give away $33,000 when he doesn't even have the money. He had to take out a loan for the surgery.
Relative neighbor who is mentally disabled, for lack of a better word, retarded, just email me, info@frankiesfreerangemeat.com, their name, proof of disability, whether it's from Social Security or whatever, a picture of them, and we are giving away $1,000 to 33 people. And I don't mean disabled as in you ate too many Twinkies and you're so fat you need a wheelchair. I don't mean disabled as in you let your toxic ex rail you too many times and now you're on psych meds. I mean mental disability, usually born with it. So if you guys have been a customer, info@frankiesfreerangemeat.com. Check my YouTube video yesterday for more.
Jesus, that eye surgery.
Airports, especially on the plane, are very high radiation environments, so this is what I wear at all times while traveling. We have our EMF hood, hat, mask to cover the face to kind of block all the radiation in the head area. And then on both my top and bottom, I have the EMF long sleeve shirt and pants, as well as the t-shirt and underwear. And then when I get on the plane, I usually swap to my head covers and fully cover my head for the duration of the flight. And jet lag, not feeling so good after being on a plane, is from the very high radiation levels.
No. The radiation that you're going to be exposed to on an 8-hour plane flight is about the type of radiation you'd be exposed to in a normal month. So that is not going to do anything to you.
Does Frank suffer a mental problem?
Yeah, he's retarded. He's retarded. He has body image issues, low self-esteem. He's delusional, paranoid. He has a lot of problems. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Of the radio frequency, of the magnetic fields from the engine. So if you wear all of this, you will feel like $1 million when you travel. The only issue is TSA will pat you down. You're gonna go through the machine, it's gonna detect a lot of silver and stuff, so they're gonna have to search you, which, you know, they've never had any issues. They just searched me and let me through.
What a fucking moron.
Well, after almost 5 years of doing business, I finally got you guys gift cards on Frankie's Free Range Meat. Whether it's the holidays, birthdays, special occasion, friends, family, loved ones, especially baby showers, get them started early for optimal physical development. You guys will get a nice little card. On the back, it just says, hey, we sell high quality animal products available on these websites. It's going to come with a really nice quality gloss envelope, so you don't have to get your own envelope, and that's going to be shipped in a very rigid cardboard envelope, so you don't have to worry about it getting ruined. You can send us a custom discount code if you like, and then on the website frankiesfreerangemeat.com you can select an amount from $100 to $500.
Imagine sitting next to Frank on a plane dressing like that. He would look suspicious to me.
Yeah, and apparently when he's on the plane, he literally wears a bag over his head. I'd be a little worried. Thanks for the donation, Dutchie.
These are the goat testicles we have on Frankie's Free Range Meat, and most of you know by now that eating testicles actually boosts your testosterone.
It does not. Show me one randomized trial.
Same with other organs on the animal. There are bioavailable hormones that we can use.
They're not bioavailable.
To benefit our own health. These goat testicles are only $7.50 a pound on frankiesfreerangemeat.com, which is so affordable you could even feed it to your pets, which is really important because most people don't think that when they neuter their dog, they're basically destroying the animal's hormone production. So this is
That is the point. It protects them from hormone-related cancers.
something you should be really feeding to your dog every day, every other day. You know, you buy a pack of these and
What a fucking moron.
maybe go through it a week. Like there's 3 in here. This one's a little big, so I would divide this evenly for 7 meals for your dog in the morning.
Like it's so strange. Why doesn't he just recommend people take anabolic steroids? If you're getting testosterone exogenously anyway, why wouldn't you just take anabolic steroids? What's the difference if he believes these hormones are bioavailable? It would be cheaper if you literally just took testosterone.
And see how their energy levels boost and see how much healthier they get. FrankandStrangeMeat.com, go test it.
Frank is an absolute fucking moron.
I just lost 10,000 way better bars. I arrived to the manufacturing facility yesterday.
Is karma already catching up to this kid for stealing my idea? I've been selling Best Bar for about 3 years now. Exact same formula, very unique. Whey protein, beef tallow, honey, sea salt. It's...
Mike Donatillers, would you rather be an accountant or a lawyer? Probably a lawyer. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
comically ridiculous how this guy copied my...
So apparently Frank is the first person to have the idea of a protein bar.
exact formula, my exact flavors, vanilla, chocolate, and berry.
Apparently, Frank is the first person to come up with a chocolate, vanilla, and berry flavored protein bar. Lionheart, Blood, Timeout, Donated Tellers, The Atrocity, We Must Stop This.
React to this.
Yeah, that's pretty sad. Poor crabs. Thanks for the donation, Lionheart. Let me see, Dodo. Right-winger meltdown over White House holiday dance video.
You're about to watch a video, and in this video, you might have the first gut reaction that, oh, this is just a delightful holiday tap routine at the White House. But there's something far deeper and sinister lurking behind this. At least that's what the right wing is saying. And we'll get to their arguments, but first, take a look. That's it, by the way. That's what the video is like. It's a tap group, and they're doing a sort of Nutcracker style tap thing as part of the White House holiday. But obviously, that's not enough. Every day there has to be a new font for conspiracism, and that video is serving for that today. So let's see. We've got following Jill Biden posting that on Twitter. People saying they're like doing still frames from that routine and finding things like this. If you look at this first tweet from Brick Suit. Nice Illuminati style advent calendar you have there. Because you don't understand, dear viewer, every triangle is now sent to you by the Illuminati. Let's see, Representative Mike Collins, this sitting congressman, says, I thought we banned torture, because it is torture to have seen those people tap dancing. Ashley St. Clair of the Babylon Bee says, the White House posted this, our White House is indistinguishable from the Hunger Games capital. By the way, she and her organization
yeah, that's a bit of an overreaction.
Can these right-wingers possibly get any worse?
I don't think they can. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
And even similar marketing, he called his bar the better bar and I'm the best bar. If you guys want the legitimate original product, file a chargeback against this guy, stop buying from him, and place an order on frankiesfreerangefoods.com to support legitimate small business. This guy is a secret society, corporate shill, taking advantage of people like me, legitimate.
Oh my god, he's like fucking cross-eyed now. Jesus.
small businesses just to make money for himself. I think this guy has sold hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of these bars because people like me are censored and silenced while he gets to keep all the money for himself.
What a fucking whack job, dude.
Asking when the best bars are going to be back in stock. We have them available for pre-order on the website, frankiesfreerangefoods.com, through next week. So if you'd like to get first dibs, it's our original formula, as always. Grass-fed whey protein, grass-fed beef tallow, raw honey, organic chocolate for the chocolate flavor. We got some organic vanilla in there and some sea salt. Also available in vanilla and berry. Highest quality, most affordable, and unique protein bar online. Check it out, guys.
Yeah, these are literally shit for you. They're one of the worst protein bars you can possibly have.
Frankie's Free Range Food.
Yeah, beef tallow, like that's just pure garbage.
Raw ice cream is now available on frankiesfreerangemeat.com. We have vanilla and chocolate.
That looks like nose boogers.
You can tell just by the deep yellow color of this how high quality the grass-fed milk, cream, and pasture-raised egg yolks were. This is made with 100% the highest.
There's no way that should be yellow in color. He did not make this properly. Did he, like, put butter in this or something? It shouldn't be yellow. Like, ice cream's made with cream. Cream isn't yellow.
Quality ingredients to ever exist. This is the healthiest ice cream ever made, basically, with raw grass-fed milk, raw grass-fed cream. We have the pasture-raised corn and soy-free eggs.
What? There's eggs in this. What? It's ice cream. Why are there eggs in it? What?
We got some organic vanilla in there and organic cane sugar. The chocolate just has some organic chocolate added to it, both with a sprinkle of sea salt. These will come with your meat order, guys, on Frankie's Free Range Meat.
Why did he put eggs in ice cream? Does he not know what ice cream is?
Meat.com, so be sure to try them out. We paid some Amish boys very handsomely to make this for us. Part of the reason I'm going broke, but you guys are supporting local Amish farmers and businesses that are providing high-quality products at affordable price.
Yeah, that's literally garbage. Just get some vegan ice cream from the grocery store.
An official recall has been issued for the Way Better bar, citing potential bloodborne pathogen cross-contamination. The owner, Jake Levy, is known to participate in secret society organized homosexual satanic gay sex rituals. He was...
What the fuck?
At an all-nighter, he went to one of these, straight to his kitchen to produce these bars. Apparently there was an issue with the sanitization process, and we were notified that anyone who has purchased the Way Better bar should see a doctor immediately and get tested for any blood.
He literally just randomly found this guy selling a similar fucking product, and he's accusing him of being a gay Satanist.
Bloodborne illness. If you ordered these bars, please cancel your order. File a charge.
Looks disgusting. Frank needs to travel by private rail car.
I don't think he should be allowed to travel across state lines, honestly. And I think he needs to live with a carer. Thanks for the donation, James.
Back, whatever you have to do, do not eat these bars. You may get very sick. If you've eaten these bars, please go to your doctor, get tested for HIV, any bloodborne illness. Guys, you got to be careful when these random strangers pop up and have these super popular businesses immediately. Very, very sketchy.
What a whack job. Holy shit. I hope he gets sued. Like, I guess Paul Saladino has sued him, but I hope more people sue him so he just loses a ton of fucking money for saying stupid shit like this.
Almost instantly after exposing this guy Jake Levy and his Way Better bar for copying my business, he turned off his stitches, he turned off all his TikTok comments. So guys, go on Google reviews, go on his website reviews, go on TikTok shop reviews, leave a review, letting people know where the original recipe came from. Frank Tufano's Best Bar, which is available on frankiesfreerangefoods.com.
Let's even see if it's similar. Better Bar. I think there's like multiple products. Yeah. Yeah, there's actually a lot of products. Jake Levy, Better Bar. This is his... Oh, Way Better Bar. Yeah, there's like a number of different bars called Better Bars. So what is it? Okay, so here are the ingredients. Grass-fed whey protein isolate, grass-fed beef tallow, organic honey, sea salt, organic vanilla extract. Frankie's free-range meat. Is that what it is? Fuck. Let me see. Is it on
what's up?
His free-range foods thing? Best Bar. Whey protein, beef tallow, raw honey, cacao powder, salt. Okay, yeah, it is actually a similar ingredients list. He may have copied the idea, maybe? But, Frank doesn't have a copyright on his product. He doesn't own a copyright for honey and whey protein and shit like that. So what is he fucking complaining about? Like, if you look at any chocolate bar on the market, they're going to be pretty much the same as any other chocolate bar. The same basic ingredients are there.
This guy should be out of business. He should not, I mean, making money off this idea, it's completely ridiculous that he has stolen the exact concept from me.
You don't have a copyright. He didn't steal anything.
Formula, the name, the marketing, the flavors, it is comically ridiculous.
There are like, with just a quick Google search, you can find at least 2 or 3 other companies that have a name called Better Bar.
Identical this is to my business that I've been running for 3 years. So guys, again, please, any review platform he has these bars on, let everyone know, because he has disabled his comments and his stitches on TikTok. So Instagram, whatever's available, leave reviews, let people know what this guy...
Frank is such a vindictive little shit. Well, Frank's going insane, so that's good. What a whack job. Yeah, let's see.
Divorce. Now, to be perfectly honest, I don't know anything about Destiny. The name sounds familiar, like someone's probably come up during this segment in the past, but I couldn't tell you much about him. What I do know is that apparently his wife is leaving him, and I also know that by his own admission, he had been in an open marriage, quote unquote. Here's the Daily Caller with the details. The wife of popular streamer and YouTuber Destiny, who previously bragged about the pair's open marriage, is reportedly leaving him for a man she met in Sweden, according to online reports. Screenshots from what appears to be messages from Destiny in a Discord channel show him complaining about his wife, Swedish internet personality Melina Goransson, and her alleged new lover. In the leaked Discord chat, Destiny appeared to lament his wife's choice to leave him for a toxic, abusive guy. Quote, "The last 2 months and 2 weeks have been a massive mind F for me, watching her become obsessed with a toxic, abusive guy. When I visited Sweden last, he gave Mel an
Is Frank himself free range?
As far as I'm aware, he is free range. So, you know what that means. Thanks for the donation, James.
ultimatum to divorce me and then threatened to kill himself when she didn't do it, among 20 other abusive, manipulative things he's done, and endlessly makes excuses for him, so I'm out. The political YouTuber appeared to write, according to the Twitter post. Now, in the past, Destiny had been very open about his open relationship, appearing on different podcasts to talk about it. So here he is with Lex Friedman a year or two ago, along with his wife.
Yeah, this isn't particularly
Is there a
interesting.
source you'd recommend for tips on vegan baby nutrition? It's not a popular topic online. Is it not studied enough? I apply common sense, e.g. baby cereals for B12 and vitamins, tofu for protein, greens, etc. is beyond okay?
You mean Beyond Meat? Yeah, it's fine. I don't know of any resources online for vegan baby nutrition. Same basic principles would apply as if you had a omnivorous kid. Just make sure they get the essential nutrients. Protein in the diet should be adequate, along with other macronutrients, and that's basically it. But I don't know of any specific sources to help you out. You're gonna have to just do a Google search. You should be able to just find a dietitian, maybe, if you're really concerned. Thanks for the donation, though, Mola. Dodo, donate $2. Please react.
I got this article here about superfoods. You know, sometimes superfoods are like, hey, here's a, you know, it's a very trendy topic. And so here we go. Superfoods you should be eating according to a dietitian, a U.S. News and World Report. Superfoods are nutrients-rich foods that can have positive effects on health due to their high level of fiber, vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, and, you know, Joe Bauer, a health and nutrition expert, defines superfoods as wholesome food that inherently
There's no such thing as superfood. It's a marketing term.
has components that can improve health, and those foods are typically low in unhealthy ingredients like salt, sugar, and saturated fat. Some of the superfoods. Does it have
Retarded conservative bimbo donated $2.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. So today, guys,
Destiny's predictable divorce. Like, I'm not really interested in these videos because they just say, like, yeah, obviously it's gonna end in divorce. Like, I mean, most marriages end in divorce. Steven Crowder got divorced. How many fucking conservative, like, Christian women are getting divorced? You have Marjorie Taylor Greene, Boebert. There's, like, a few others. Not really interested in watching this.
that's Billy Ray Brandt commented instead equating a marriage and friendships. Yeah, exactly. It's a very, very odd thing to extremely powerless in this situation. Yes, and it does not take a genius.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, retarded conservative bimbo. Yeah, like, these videos just aren't interesting.
This guy
What was I
treats his
reacting to?
schizophrenic patients with the ketogenic diet.
I got
Also, I hate this bitch.
Let me see.
I'm sure you've heard by now the buzz around the ketogenic diet as a potential intervention in the treatment of schizophrenia. Today, we are going to be joined by Dr. Chris Palmer, who will share more about the science behind this and why ketogenic diet may be an effective.
That name sounds familiar. I think this guy might be retarded. Ketogenic diets probably are not a great strategy for preventing schizophrenia because they're typically very high in saturated fat and cholesterol. There's no particular reason for why a diet so high in fat, particularly saturated fat, would be good for preventing dementia. I'm not gonna watch this. It's 40 minutes fucking long. Thanks for the donation though, Avi Duder. Where was the... Did I fucking close the video for some fucking reason?
I got the liver. Yeah, you know, is there like salt, sugar, and saturated fat? Some of the superfoods. Does it have it listed here what some of the superfoods are, Rob, or no? Diet rich in fruits. Are there any superfoods like, hey, liver? Yeah, you know, is there heart, or is there any superfood you say these are some of the things that I have in my diet, or no? It's just steak and fish and chicken.
It's pretty simple. It's all healthy stuff. I think, you know, fruits, vegetables. I think whole foods. Eating as much variety of whole foods is the best thing that you can do. Single ingredient foods. If anybody changed their entire diet to single ingredient foods, you'd be healthier. The less processed shit you eat, the better. And you talk about like low testosterone and stuff going on right now. I think a lot.
What? He injects testosterone. This guy's on steroids.
A lot of that is from processed foods, you know, having shitty crops. So a lot of the natural foods are even shitty over here. Microplastics and everything, all that stuff. I think that's really leading to low testosterone in men. And they've proven some of it has happened. It's kind of like underage studies that people don't look at too much. But I think a lot of that comes from diet and lifestyle. And it's hard in America. And everybody says it. And I experienced it for the first time myself this year. You go to Italy for 10 days and you eat whatever the fuck you want, you'll lose weight, you'll feel great, you'll have great energy.
Oh, shit.
Look amazing. Yeah. I literally was like getting leaner, eating pasta and pizza all day. I was like, what the fuck? And then I came back from Italy. I was like, all right, I'm gonna get back on diet. And started eating on diet and felt like a little more inflamed. It didn't feel as good. I was like, there. And
how many fat Italians do you
What?
see? Honestly,
me
you go to Europe. When you go to Europe,
less in America.
How many?
I didn't know. What's his name? Chris Bumstead was fucking delusional.
You don't see a lot of fat.
No, they're walking everywhere. We're Ubering.
The lifestyle, the walking, the food.
Yeah,
their soil.
But a part of it is the processed food. I mean, there's this article here about
this guy thinks because he's eating high quality pizza all day, that's what's making him lose weight? Like what?
8 major factors that cause low testosterone levels.
Yeah.
1, aging, okay, which makes sense. Testosterone naturally declines with age, starting in the 40s and significantly dropping at around 50. About 20% of men over 60 have levels that would qualify as low. Excess weight. Obesity is linked to low testosterone levels due to factors like leptin inhibiting production. Low testosterone can lead to reduced physical activity and weight gain, creating a vicious cycle. Okay, 3, testicular problems, conditions affecting the testicles, like undescended testicles or Klinefelter syndrome. What the hell
Klinefelter
is that? Rob, can you pull that up to see what that is?
Don't Google image that one, though.
Yeah, don't do it. Is where boys and men are born with an extra X chromosomes.
Sorry, I know it's not your favorite topic. No, I think the baby is getting enough nutrition, so I'm not concerned, but it's my first and I want to be sure. Dietitians are asswipes, man. We tried too. They give us a judgmental look when we say he's vegan.
That is literally fucking retarded. I'm pretty sure they're violating the ethics of their profession when they do that. Well, thanks for the donation, Mola. Best of luck to you. Dota $20. Roy Kerr debunked mathematical proof for the existence of the singularity in black holes. Let me see. I'm not going to read this. But, and I literally do not understand the math. So, let me see. What is this? Is this a... This is a thing that simulates black holes. Okay. I don't know what any of that means, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Package of genes found in every cell in the body. There are 2 types of chromosomes called the sex chromosome and determine the genetic sex of a baby. Okay. 4, pituitary disorders, issues with pituitary gland or can lower hormone levels potentially due to conditions like the Kalman syndrome, chronic health conditions, lack of sleep, diet, certain drugs and medication, chemotherapy, substance abuse, and other drugs can disrupt testosterone production. What are other things that people do that lower testosterone levels, and what can they do naturally to increase their testosterone levels?
I mean, a lot of the stuff that I hear is kind of taboo, kind of not proven yet. But I really do think that processed food in general does that. I think the pesticides we spray on our crops is kind of infecting a lot of our food. That's really impossible to avoid.
Mm-hmm.
I think microplastics in water.
Yeah, the only thing that I think you can actually prove is reducing testosterone is, yeah, things like microplastics, phthalate exposure, stuff like that. But as far as pesticides, I don't think there's been any research showing pesticides lower testosterone.
And in our food and all of the way everything has just helped can affect that as well. And I think going back to the way we used to do things in the past is the best way to do it.
Jalen donated to $2. Orangutans saw humans fishing and copied them. This is horrible. You hear this? I think I've heard of that. And yeah, that's not good that orangutans are fishing now. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
I think obesity is led from, like you said, less walking. People are just way less active now. I think it's just depression as well can be it. I think that's a conversation that is endless, but having a community in the past, like a community that you spoke with and helped and gave back to, walked around with, saw and spoke to every day rather than driving places, being on your phone and not talking to anyone, just affects your mood overall. And, you know, my wife is huge on a lot of these natural things, so we really try and only drink water out of...
Oh, what the fuck is this?
Survivors of some of the worst mass shootings in Canada are welcoming passage of a gun bill in the Senate. Let's go live to CTV's Jeremy Sharon with more on this.
Great.
So let's talk about Bill C-21 now that it's passed. What does this mean for Canadians?
Yeah, well, Jamie, exactly. It's passed and it's expected to receive royal assent today and become law. And so this means stricter gun laws moving forward for all Canadians. Specifically, this bill targets a ban on assault-style firearms and puts a freeze on handguns, the sale, purchase, and transfer of handguns. It's also raising the max sentence for gun smugglers from 10 to 14 years, and it's aiming to ban...
What do they mean, ban assault-style weapons? What? Oh my God.
And ghost guns as well. So this is a move by the Liberal government. It was a very divisive bill. It was heavily debated in the House and then spent 6 months in the Senate, but has now passed through the Senate.
Jalen donated $2. What about grizzly bears skipping hibernation to eat hibernating grizzlies? Cannibalism. I'm fine with grizzly bears killing and eating other grizzly bears. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
And it unchanged and will impose significantly stricter gun laws in Canada, something that supporters of this are celebrating. The Coalition for Gun Control yesterday called this a historic day, said it was game-changing and reflects more than 30 years of advocacy. Other groups like Police se souvient, which include the survivors of some gun violence incidents, notorious gun violence incidents in our country, say this is just the start and that the real impact will be determined by regulations following this bill. So many believe this is a good first step, but that...
That is literally fucking retarded. I'm surprised they even passed a bill like that because the Liberal government acknowledged that there's no way to actually classify a weapon as being an assault-style weapon. You can only make arbitrary bans.
Continued work will need to follow this to make sure that this new law is properly imposed and then regulations that...
Since Republicans think it makes sense to promote the healthful properties of milk on the basis that Santa drinks it. If you were a Democrat congressman, what would your counter-argument to that be? You have to unironically cite a fictional character, thus vegan.
Vegan fictional character. I don't know of any characters that are vegan and fictional that are like Santa Claus or have Santa Claus-like powers. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Go along with it, make sure that the intended impacts are felt here, Jamie.
So what are we hearing from supporters after 34 years of campaigning for stronger laws, and what kind of reaction are we getting also from the
Why the fuck is Canada so cucked, bro? You know, like, there's so many benefits to living here, but, like, the government is just so fucking cucked when it comes to guns.
Opposition on this issue.
Yeah, I mean, supporters feel this is of course a win. Like we just said, 30 years of work, they believe, has gone into this. So a big win for supporters, but there is certainly opposition as well. The Canadian Coalition for Firearms Rights says this is unfairly targeting lawful gun owners, legal gun owners. And they say that a lot of these rules and regulations, the new law that will come into effect, specifically focuses on licensed sports shooters. They say will be unfairly impacted as well. There's also been criticism from conservative senators. We know that the bill passed with 60 to 24 support, and so certainly it had majority support in the Senate. But conservative senators say that this bill still has flaws, it has errors, and they feel as though the fact that there were no amendments made, no changes made in the Senate, means that these errors and these flaws will have to be addressed by future governments, they say. So certainly there is still some criticism today to this.
Yeah, we might have to have a conservative majority to get rid of that stupid fucking bill. Well, that sucks. Let's see. Deranged story of Daniel Larson.
Daniel Larson. It's a name you've probably heard in the past few months, but if I had to guess, you likely don't know who he is. Neither did I. A quick Google search returned images of an unorthodox-looking man, as well as page after page of links to TikTok. Daniel is someone that, upon first glance, it's not hard to tell that he's somewhat troubled mentally. However, everything has its limits. Not every mentally troubled person is created equal. Some of them seek help for their problems, while others find their therapy in flashing random strangers in the park. Case in point, Mr. Daniel Larson, or how he has been nicknamed by his faithful following, Danderson. This one is gonna get funny, it's gonna get weird, and it's also gonna get pretty dark. Let's go.
So, I'm going to talk about my life and about what's going on with me and my disability and the mental health system.
As revealed in a now deleted video he posted to one of his accounts on TikTok, Daniel was born in 1998, which makes him...
Did you hear about the GR8 news with Rudy Giuliani?
I did. I heard he has to pay $150 million. Yep, DC jury has ordered Rudy to pay $150 million in damages to Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss. Yep, fuck him. Absolute moron.
Everyone, I am Lady Ruby. Today's a good day. A jury stood witness to what Rudy Giuliani did to me and my daughter and held him accountable, and for that I'm thankful. Today is not the end of the road. We still have work to do. Rudy Giuliani was not the only one who spread lies about us. and others must be held accountable too.
Get fucked, Republicans.
$148 million. That was the total verdict in the defamation case brought against Rudy Giuliani by former.
It's too bad he's broke and has no money, so they're not gonna see a penny of that.
Georgia election workers Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss. Compensatory damages, $16 million, $171,000 to Ruby Freeman, $16,998,000 for Shay Moss. Intentional infliction of emotional distress, $20 million for Ruby Freeman, $20 million for Shay Moss. Punitive damages, $75 million, nearly $150 million in total. A total wipeout for Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, get fucked. They're not too bright, eh? Like, I love how they just say the stupidest shit, self-incriminate, and then they're fucking surprised that what they say and what they do, they have to face the consequences.
I'm 23 to 24 right now.
Dodo donate $2. Let me see. Jake Paul knocked him out cold. Yeah, I don't know.
Rich, I made my first 5 Molotov cocktails tonight. 3 out of 5 work. Dangerous when first trying, but cool. I will get better. TF2 John.
Okay, well, that's good. Keep practicing. Thanks for the donation, Aaron from England. I think he might have taken a dive. That was a super long, slow, sweeping uppercut that you could see coming from a mile away. Didn't even seem like that hard of a hit. I don't even think that landed cleanly. Yeah, I don't know. People are saying he's a bit of a bum. I don't know. Some people are saying he has a glass chin, or he's known for having a glass chin. Maybe. I don't know, that looked kind of funny to me. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
In this video, he claims to have been abused by his mother when he was a toddler, which resulted in him being taken away from her by social services. This is also confirmed in an unrelated news segment that ran on a Denver TV station called KWGN. The segment wasn't on Daniel in particular, but instead on the Tennyson Center for Children, a foster home to which he was relocated when he was put in the custody of his grandmother, Nancy Scheimer. According to the reporter narrating the piece, Nancy moved from California to Denver to be Danny's legal guardian when she caught wind that he was suffering extreme neglect in his parents' home. Danny also claims that before he was even in preschool, he was diagnosed with developmental disabilities, autism, ADHD, and bipolar disorder, diagnoses which he came to eventually question altogether. After a year and a half living in Tennyson, he would go on to live with his grandmother for years. This newsreel was broadcasted in 2012, when Daniel must have been roughly 14 years old. His grandmother says that, though he was difficult to deal with initially, Daniel started behaving a lot better after a while. It certainly shows, as after his first public appearance, Daniel seemed to not get himself involved in any trouble at all for years. Presumably, it's during this time that he first pursued his now often mentioned objective of being an actor or singer. However, this peaceful period ends in 2019, when Nancy passed away, which was also confirmed by Daniel himself. After his grandmother's passing, Daniel was briefly sponsored by a man named Bob Proctor, who he recounts meeting at a reading buddy program at the Tennyson Center. Due to how well they got along with each other at the time, they became permanent reading buddies. As they bonded over board games, Bob also befriended Daniel's grandmother. And knowing how much she cared for him, Bob decided to take up the mantle of Daniel's caretaker when Nancy would no longer be able to carry it. Easier said than done. Daniel frequently pays Bob lip service, calling him his mentor and thanking him for financing his music career. Keep in mind here that I use the terms financing and music career very loosely, considering he did little more than pay for a couple of royalty-free sounding basic instrumentals for Daniel to sing or rap over. This support resulted in cult classics in the Danderson community, such as Gang Life, an excerpt of which I'll now grace your ears with.
The fell in love with me, pull her like a lasso, and on her face, turn that into a Picasso.
How's that for avant-garde? This song, much to the general public's chagrin, was just one of Daniel's many forays into the music industry. It seems he was very attached to the idea that this pursuit of his would eventually lead him to becoming a celebrity. Often, he would act as if he'd already achieved fame and got a record deal with a major label, sporadically changing which one depending on the headcanon he has at the time.
I am now with Atlantic Records.
This particular part of the odyssey of Daniel Larson began in March 2020, when he began posting on TikTok on an account that no longer exists called @DanielLarsonFans. You might wonder why it's named as if it were a fan account of his, but it's actually par for the course in the Daniel Larson extended universe. During his many different nodes of online presence, there is a common theme, which is Daniel posturing as if he were already an established personality. Initially, his videos consisted of little more than him announcing his interest in
Here is a better angle of that Jake Paul knockout. It does look kind of fishy, but I don't know.
Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the guy has a glass chin, but I'm starting to think some of these fights might be fixed or something. I don't know. It seems a little fishy to me. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Ninja. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
I saw 5 dudes looking over their phone at my channel. And now they're done.
You guys want to talk to us real quick? So, first of all, Alex, you're cool with being on camera.
Certainly.
I just want to hear what issues at the top of your head heading into this next election.
The next election, the top thing on my head is Generation Z.
You guys are scared?
Oh, I'm not scared at all. No, I don't mind talking to you, but not really my place to speak for the group.
You're scared, just say it. The election
as well. I'm friends with all of the people who are doing the election fraud analysis stuff. I've looked at it. I don't understand it. But what we've seen is, so the 2000 Mules movie, people want to say, oh, that was garbage, that was whatever. And there's countless hours and hours
Okay, this is boring. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Becoming an actor and singer. Because of his unorthodox appearance and janky demeanor, people in the comment section began to ironically hype him up, effectively leading him to believe that he had fans. Even though, at this point, his following was very small, the few people egging him on was more than enough to get to his head, as on July 14th, he would suggest a run for presidency. The cycle would repeat, as after this, people would not only start telling him he had good chances, but often referred to him as Mr. President. 4 days later, he would announce that he was working on an album. A few months after that, he formally announced his run for presidency. And it was around this time that his TikTok got really big, as many in the audience saw him as the next Chris Chan or Terry A. Davis. Just a month later, his TikTok hit 1 million views. The comical aspect of Daniel's online presence was reaching its peak as a phenomenon called the fog began happening throughout his TikTok videos. It seems that his front camera began malfunctioning, most likely due to Daniel hitting it in a fit of rage, as he would eventually become known to do. This made the image look foggy, and because of the meme that began surfacing at the time, wherein people would post cryptic references to a Lovecraftian fog that consumed everything in its path, the comments got flooded with fog references. Of course, Daniel was not technologically savvy enough to understand what happened to his camera, let alone fix it. The fact that everyone was commenting about the fog did not seem to matter very much to him, as the fog kept coming and going in his videos, essentially becoming an unintended running gag. And with that, the cult following he had gathered slowly went from uninvolved spectators to active trolls, as people began noticing how, due to his mental issues, Daniel was very easy to trick into doing unsavory things. He was always very active in his own comment sections, and it seems he hardly ever doubted anything anyone told him. When a comment would show up claiming to be a scout for a record label, soon after, Daniel would start making videos saying he worked for said record label. But that was only the mildest manifestation of this behavior pattern. By convincing Daniel they were his managers, they got him to say he loved CP, which he goes on to clarify is actually about Club Penguin. As time went on, his interactions with people that commented on his post became more and more involved, eventually culminating in a live fan stream where he would elaborate on his plans for his music career. So far, the entire story was well within the realm of normalcy and lightheartedness. However,
I don't know why people, are just so mean where somebody who clearly has a mental disability, they'll fuck with them and say, oh yeah, run for president, or troll them and say that they're with some sort of record label. Do you have to pick on somebody who's fucking disabled? Jesus, I'd never do that. I just gotta go take a pee. I'll be right back.
Are you familiar with the John Bennett Ramsey case? It's an old school cold case that hasn't been solved. A little girl was murdered in her basement. I'm so confused if it was the family members or an intruder. Can you look into it and tell me your thoughts?
Yeah, I know of it. The mother clearly did it. Father might have been involved. He might have been helping her cover up the murder, but can guarantee you with nearly 100% certainty the mother is the one who did it. The reason I believe that is there's absolutely zero physical evidence that anybody broke in. The only suspects other than the family, like, could not have broken in. Literally impossible. They'd have to be, like, expert level wizard ninjas to be able to break in, not have anybody hear anything, not leave any physical evidence whatsoever, and then be able to leave. And like, yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. So somebody in the family would have had to have done it. It's also pretty clear the mother's the one who wrote the ransom note. There's, like, very obvious similarities between her handwriting and the writing in the ransom note. The killer also practiced writing the ransom note, so they wrote, like, several ransom notes before, deciding on the final version. Also indicating that, again, it was one of the parents. So it was the mother. I think it's pretty obvious. Thanks for the donation, though, Pika.
As situations like these inevitably do,
Oh yeah, the killer also used objects within the house, which is what you'd expect a killer who's familiar with the home to do too, so...
quickly went south. On the 20th of November, Daniel's Pinterest account was found and leaked. The activity on the account was seriously disturbing. There was a list of pins dubbed girl crushes that included singer Grace Vanderwall and ventriloquist Darcy Lynn Farmer, both of whom were around 16 years old at the time. If that wasn't disturbing enough, the pictures themselves tended to be from when they were even younger than that. Another board on his Pinterest included a map that listed the age of consent in each state. After this information got around, Daniel took to his TikTok to acknowledge that the Pinterest was indeed his and apologize. Some people have said that he was coerced in some way to make this apology video by his managers, who we'll get into later. But the most damning Pinterest activities were happening long before Daniel started getting online attention. When Daniel noticed that an apology would not suffice to get people off his back for doing what he'd done, he began claiming that his account was hacked. Due to how believable that was given Daniel's technological illiteracy, some people actually fell for this explanation. In a live stream by an account called Roach Records, a group of people that seemed closer than the average follower of Daniel's interrogated him about the Pinterest account. To add insult to injury, these Pinterest leaks helped to recontextualize certain seemingly random videos of little kids Daniel had uploaded to his TikTok and YouTube, along with liked videos of children in vulnerable positions. His excuse was that those accounts were hacked as well after he gave the login information to someone called Fine Dining. Even if that was true for the Pinterest account, which it probably couldn't be, it couldn't explain how someone could hack Daniel into duetting little girls on TikTok, as the people in the live stream point out. This doesn't even come close to addressing the fact that, in another video, he not only admits the boards are his, but that he used them to pleasure himself, in a clear admission of guilt. But that was only when Daniel was admitting there was a Pinterest account of his at all, since he would sometimes pretend he had no idea what Pinterest even was, or that the account was never his. Whether with or without the involvement of the untrustworthy manager trolls, it seemed a lot like Daniel had a big penchant for lying or purposely misleading people when he was confronted about something.
Somebody was telling me of some type of social platform called Pinterest. Huh. I wonder what type of printer it uses.
So, a few months go by with more of the usual. Daniel uploading videos that range from him being delusional about being a famous celebrity to doing trick requests. In the few times he did choose to address the allegations, he'd emphatically reiterate that literally everything that incriminated him was fake and a product of his former management. You'd think that, now that he's throwing them under the bus, he'd realize that the managers weren't really managers at all, and were just trolling him. However, Danderson's naivete gets the best of him, and he closes the video off by saying he is now signed with Interscope and Party House Records, meaning he just swapped his first group of managers for another. He proceeds to lump in anyone who tried to hold him accountable or get him to address the situation, such as Roach Records, with his former management. This meant that, even if there was someone trying to manipulate Daniel into doing bad things, there was no way to figure out who did what. In another video he made to clarify the Pinterest incident, he claims that people were showing up at his doorstep and taking pictures of his house, which may or may not be true considering that, at this point, he was pretty well known and people did know where he lived. In the subreddit dedicated to him, there are multiple posts of people who happen to randomly find Daniel, which means it's probably not a very hard thing to do. One thing he mentions that is verifiably true is that people were making hundreds of dollars worth of pizza orders to his house, since he documented at least one instance of it happening on his TikTok.
So there's currently an argument going on downstairs about the pizza deliveries from yesterday. We had a total of 3 people deliver pizza all within a 30-minute period. They were all unpaid.
After mentioning the prank pizza orders, he goes on to say that his management had persuaded him to audition for an adult film on a Zoom call. And when he presumably began doing something humiliating, they added over 100 fans of his to the call who supposedly witnessed it all. It's very hard to sift through what is true and what isn't, considering how much of this story involves pathological lying, incompetence, miscommunication, and essentially lost pieces of information due to how many different deleted accounts Daniel had. Regardless, all of this marked a turn into a much darker direction for his story. He closes it off by saying that he's hired a private investigator, and all of this situation was orchestrated by the media to smear him, because he's an upcoming superstar singer. Those statements are probably equally untrue, as Daniel definitely could not afford something like a private investigator, given that he had no source of income and was living off of the charity of benefactors. What stands out to me is that he mentions that message exchanges had been faked to incriminate him, when, so far, it's difficult to find a particular mention of something like that. So what on earth is he talking about? Well, we're about to find out. At this point in time, it's basically impossible to accurately contextualize Daniel's online activities, as he grew more erratic, delusional, and antagonistic with his own audience as time went by. At the end of April, in one of his many attempts to ape typical celebrity behavior, he would post a tribute to comedian Blake Shelton for Black Lives Matter. He consummates the deed by doing his own version of jumping jacks in an empty street. This is actually a theme throughout Daniel's videos, which could be a result of his manager's suggestions, just as much as it could be because he likes doing them. Similarly, he made a jumping jack video asking for the George Floyd riots to stop, as well as another one where he seems to believe that the riots are being done by his fans. On the 1st of May, Daniel would post a video to his YouTube channel shouting out none other than EDP445, essentially empathizing with a sex offender and suggesting that they should do a collab in the future. I honestly can't really make a comment about that would make it funnier or darker than it already is. But soon, a new era would begin in the Larson verse, dubbed the headset era, due to every video being recorded with Daniel donning a comically large headset on his head, even when he is running outside for whatever reason.
Whoever is trying to call me right now needs to stop. I realize I'm a if you guys don't.
On the same day, he would publish a video called Daniel Larson Supports Transgender Mouth, in which he says, in support of Trans Awareness Month, he is now transgender. It is unknown why he did this, since there is no further reference to this ever again. While his attempts at saving face from the Pinterest account fiasco were still ongoing, a new bombshell was soon to drop, the May 6th incident, as the Larson heads have dubbed it. Despite how ominous the name sounds, it does not do justice to the psychological trauma inflicted by it. On that date, Daniel releases his first live concert on TikTok, consisting of him playing music in his headset, which is completely inaudible to the watchers, and singing alone outdoors. So far, it seems like run-of-the-mill content for Daniel. Later that same day, however, he announced that he was planning to quit TikTok, but not before doing a live stream where he would audition for an adult film. This instantly set off an alarm among his followers, because he had previously spoken about being manipulated into doing exactly the same thing by his former managers. Everyone saw what was coming next, yet could not help themselves from looking at it nonetheless. The live stream
the
began.
Toothbrush thing.
Who is this resin?
He's a autistic and criminally insane whack job who's also clearly a pedophile who has one of the most fucked up lives imaginable. That's basically who this is. Thanks for the donation, James.
And people began joining it en masse and wait for their expectations to be fulfilled. Like clockwork, as soon as enough people were watching, Daniel would pull his pants down and expose himself to the camera, until his livestream was shut down and his account got permanently banned. Just a few hours later, he would resurface in another account claiming, once again, that he'd gotten hacked, as if that explained or justified anything at all.
Hello everyone, this is my new account. Please follow this new account. This is my new account. Once again, this is my new account.
According to the Daniel Larson wiki, and yes, he does have a wiki managed by his loyal followers who have undertaken the burden of documenting his story as it unravels, Daniel was convinced by one of his former managers, Flexburger. In addition to the TikTok live, he also concurrently posted a picture of his genitalia to his YouTube community page, though that seems to now be lost media, probably for the best. It's difficult to say what exactly followed or preceded these events, but it was amidst these conflicts that Daniel declared war on Flexburger, as well as warning his fans against looking at pictures of his ding-a-ling. What seems to have been the case is that Flexburger was one of the first people to discover firsthand about Daniel's Pinterest account, and because of this, decided to go on a campaign to expose Daniel. This included leaking private audios of Daniel talking about Sky Brown, a 12-year-old British-Japanese skateboarder, in a very suggestive way.
Jesus.
Along with this, he pretended he was a minor and texted Daniel in classic To Catch a Predator form. Much to the collective dismay of his fans, it worked on Daniel every single time, as he would always say the worst things imaginable to people he thought were minors, soliciting them and, occasionally, bringing in Grace Vanderwall, his go-to obsession, into the conversation, just to express how he felt about her. This was what Daniel was talking about when he mentioned the text messages. Daniel addressed all of this by announcing a lockdown and expressing all of his anger towards Flex, while saying that he would set the FBI on him. And hey,
Yeah,
I
this guy's
guess
a
you can
piece
do
of
what you
crap.
want when you're the president. What's surprising is that, even after this, Flexburger still managed to successfully pretend his way back into Daniel's good graces as Josh, an Interscope manager. It was under the Josh guise that he caused the May 6th incident. If it weren't enough, just a single day later, while everyone was still reeling from it, Daniel would go on another TikTok livestream on his new account and expose himself again. Now, not only did this bring a lot of attention to Daniel, but it also put a lot of things into context.
How old is this man?
I think currently he is 24 years old. He's not that old. Thanks for the donation, James.
Eventually, people put two and two together and connected the allegations with a bunch of other very incriminating clips. Examples of these include Daniel pledging to legalize child molestation when he was president, saying he repents for whacking it to pictures of children and Grace Vanderwall, as well as apologizing for having 500 megabytes of CP, so on and so
Jesus.
forth.
If you became president, would you make pedophilia illegal or legal?
So, I would, it's kind of interesting. That's a very good point. In my opinion, if underage can actually do with the consent of parents,
It's okay.
if, they do it the right way.
No. Come here. Come here, it's okay. Yeah, there's people outside, it's okay. It's okay. Damn dogs. It's okay.
Way.
A lot of people had chalked these up to him being a mouthpiece for whatever his deranged followers were telling him to do. But now it seemed as if this was no one's own doing but Daniel's. And even if people were laughing at him, to Daniel, it may not have been a joke at all. In another TikTok from just a little before the incidents, Daniel claims he was spoken to by his parole officer about him potentially going to jail over something he'd done.
Hello, this is Daniel Larson. I just got in trouble with my probation officer for not following the probation rules. Unfortunately, there was a miscommunication. He said if it happens anymore, I will go to jail.
Though he never specifies what it was over, people connected this to a period of 3 weeks during which he was absent. Despite giving a bunch of different, conflicting reasons to explain this absence, most likely it was due to his PO catching wind of his first adult movie audition, since, as he himself says, the people that were put into the Zoom call with him while he was doing it included at least a few children. From this point onwards,
Jesus.
the amount of accounts that get created, hacked, or allegedly hacked, and then deleted is simply too great for me to go over each and every one of them. So I'll be focusing more on the general events. On May 11th, Danderson goes on another live stream, but this time, he's having a meeting with the therapist appointed to work his case. Some interpreted this as a good sign that Daniel was seeking treatment for his many issues. This is immediately shot down by the fact that the entire live stream was recorded without the therapist's knowledge. Not only that, but it's safe to say that the only reason it was being broadcasted in the first place was so that Daniel could show people he was talking to a therapist. To make matters worse, he repeatedly told her he'd gotten 40 million views, which was a blatant lie to make her think that he was famous. In the Daniel Larson story, any sign of improvement is certain to be a mirage. Around this same time was when possibly the most infamous of Daniel's pathologies would become completely unbridled, as he would stop suppressing his extremely unhealthy obsession with Grace VanderWaal and just started being public about it all the time, beginning on May 12th with a seemingly benign, though obviously false declaration that he and Grace had some kind of collab in the works that would be coming out soon. This quickly escalated to him telling random strangers on the street that he is dating her, to him recording multiple videos moaning and whispering in a suggestive way, supposedly for Grace, to being broken up with by her, to apologizing for the sexual videos he made about her. I will definitely not go into the details, but even if he was pushed to thinking Grace VanderWaal was dating him by malicious trolls, he certainly went above and beyond the Call of Duty in ways that I refuse to get into the details about. Whenever he wasn't doing that, he was doing the exact same thing to the aforementioned Darcy Lynn, Sky Brown, or some combination of them. However, he always reserved a special place for Grace as his primary target of harassment and delusion. Every once in a while, a post of Grace's on TikTok or Instagram would get Larsoned, meaning Daniel would go on it and comment hundreds of short sentences as if he were having a conversation with her. During one of these bouts of delusion mixed with instigation from his audience, a very distraught Daniel, seemingly because he is without access to his phone, posts to TikTok in absolute despair, asking people to get him information. Based on the things he says during these uploads, he is under the impression that there has been some kind of accident and that the VanderWaal family, who he believes was in contact with him up until this point, is refusing to give him information in regards to what happened to Grace. During the video, he hits himself and threatens to end his own life. Later, on the 4th of July, he uploads a video to YouTube titled "Rest in Peace Dave and Grace VanderWaal," where he mourns their passing. Which, obviously, has not happened, just to be clear. Somehow, he simultaneously believes she took her own life and had a heart attack. But before he does any of that, he admits to and apologizes for sending minors and sending Grace, or whoever he thought was Grace, a picture of his dingling. He promises to carry on her legacy and repent for the bad choices he's made. In a strange way, this...
I don't know how the fuck this guy isn't just institutionalized. It's like clearly fucking dangerous as fuck.
Peak delusion of thinking that not only was he dating Grace, but that she'd passed away and asked him to carry on her legacy, managed to make Daniel sound remarkably sober, and even if, just for a moment, truly self-aware. Eventually, he did figure out that Grace hadn't died, and his regular obsessive posting about her resumed instantly, with his headcanon being that they are periodically dating and breaking up. In an even less sensical turn of events, this whole obsession of his eventually did culminate in him getting contacted by the Vanderwall team, namely Grace's mother, Tina Vanderwall, though it wasn't on the best of terms. Stop saying my daughter's name. Stop saying you are in a relationship with her. You are scaring her and our family. Everything you have said and done has been in your own mind. You need to access some mental health support and stop harassing my daughter. I have contacted the authorities and will continue to press the issue if you don't stop making disturbing videos. Your followers have harassed my daughter long enough. Stop. To which Daniel succinctly replied with the emotionally healthy response of, I understand. I'm ending my life tonight. Of course, he didn't actually do anything, but this interaction with Grace's mom would go on to be the base of his online post for quite some time after. He would post multiple videos apologizing to the Vanderwall family and continually addressing the allegations, which he randomly fluctuated between admitting to his misdeeds and pretending they didn't happen at all. Eventually, in an act of what I can only describe as empathy, Tina made a comment on one of his live streams. God, Daniel, do you think I'm watching your lives? Whoever just contacted you claiming to be me was not me. I don't want you to talk about Grace or our family anymore. I have only replied to you once when you DM'd me a couple of weeks ago. Then I told you to stop saying Grace's name, but clearly you refused to listen. Stop all of this. Everyone communicating with you are trolls trying to get you to do crazy things. Please stop. Daniel would reply, okay, I understand. I have an important question if you don't mind. But no response would come. Eventually, the Grace posting would dwindle, but never quite die down. His continued campaign on Grace intermittently revives whenever someone takes the time to make a fake account, claiming to be the real Grace, and interact with him again, resulting in oddities such as a video Daniel made claiming she was being raped by her father. One of the most recent examples, from 5 months ago, has him once again apologizing and trying to get back into contact with her, trying to guilt trip her by saying that he has a heart disease from heartbreak, if you can believe that. Every once in a while, Daniel shows signs of considering that the people claiming to be Grace or associated with her in some way are just trolls. Unfortunately, every time he comes close to realizing it, he shoots it down as soon as he remembers that, to take it seriously, he would have to accept that Grace never wanted anything to do with him, which it seems he's unable to do. Quite the Romeo and Juliet story, if I may say so myself. The same month as the peak of the Grace fiasco happened, July of 2021, Daniel would upload his first completely original song, Roaring Thunder, though it would take a while longer for it to be properly published. 1 month later, in August, Daniel manages to somehow perform it in front of an audience. Even though it was pretty empty, the fact that he actually got to do an in-person concert is very impressive for a guy as troubled as Daniel. Maybe you've heard the saying, for every dark cloud, there's a silver lining. When it comes to Daniel Larson, it's exactly backwards, as every glimmer of hope or wholesomeness is immediately followed by another crushing example of just how demented this guy is. On the same day as the concert, he uploads a 3-minute video of an altercation he was having with one of his caretakers, Jonas. It seems from the video that this fight happened because Jonas was trying to take his phone away for
Deus, for some reason, didn't play the thing. Yeah, it didn't play the thing. Weird. Okay. Throwback.
Oh, it's Vegan Gains. Where do you get your protein? He gets it somewhere.
Yep. Those were the good old days. Thanks for that donation, Deus.
In your worldview, do you see a moral problem with having sex with a dead body you find on the side of the road?
No, assuming you're not disturbing, say, the parents or siblings of said dead corpse, I don't see any moral problem. Thanks for that donation, Negro.
What put him on probation in the first place?
Probably a number of things. He's attacked people in public. He has trespassed on property an innumerable amount of times when he wouldn't leave. He would steal things. He did a lot of dining and dashing. So I'm sure there's plenty of things that he might have been on probation for. Thanks for that donation, though, James.
For whatever reason, which honestly is highly justifiable considering the stuff Daniel was doing on it. Since Daniel shows every sign of being extremely addicted to social media, his reaction was to become hysterical and overdramatic, acting as if Jonas was assaulting him, a move he's done multiple times over his career, if you can call it that. 1 month later, Daniel would be formally charged with destruction of private property. Though I obviously will not reveal the location of where this crime occurred, it looks to be just someone's house and not an establishment or store or something to that effect, meaning it was probably the result of a random fit of rage from Daniel. According to the court documents, he failed to show up to court a total of 4 times, and the case status is still open to this day. This marks the beginning of another era in the Danderson lore, the Mohawk era, when Daniel gives himself a haircut.
Can we please watch the Sneako Dr. K video like it says in the thumbnail?
We will after this documentary is done. Thanks for that donation, Vegan Faggot.
Based on the suggestions of another fake Grace account. His fans discovered that he'd gone to California, and he uploaded a video, which is no longer accessible, explaining that he'd been dropped by his disability services and was homeless in Los Angeles.
Dude, this guy
Though
has
the
the
fans would
weirdest
also confirm
face.
that was not true based on his surroundings. Soon enough, he'd once again be back in Denver, presumably because his caseworker discovered he'd gone to California by himself and took him back. As a consequence of his issues with the disability service that was hosting him up until this point, he gets transferred to St. Francis Mental Hospital in Colorado Springs. Due to the less eventful than average nature of this period, very little of it has been archived and preserved. A few highlights that remain are Daniel declaring his hatred for the police, followed by the usual jumping jacks routine. Possibly because his CO gave him a hard time about him leaving the state, Daniel went through a police hate arc, uploading other videos saying he hates the police, one of them in which he attempts to
I am almost old enough to be his great-grandfather.
Yeah, I guess close to it. I wonder how many people actually have living great-grandfathers. It's gotta be very few. Wonder if that was more common when people, like, would have children at an earlier age. But thanks for that donation, James.
to twerk while seemingly having an erection. You could not make this up, truly. Concurrent with these uploads, he also makes the claim that his situation with one of his managers is being monitored by the police with assistance from none other than Mr. Adolf himself. You know, I was really wondering when he'd get brought into this story. There is a very strong tinge of paranoia during this era, with Daniel occasionally saying that Tony Soprano is outside of his house trying to kill him, and that he's being persecuted by, and this is Daniel saying it, not me, Goldberg Shackelstein. To be honest, I don't think Daniel is capable of spelling anti-Semitic, let alone understanding what it means enough to actually believe in it. Most likely, this was the work of someone online harassing him into saying these things. Come the beginning of 2022, and we have Daniel claiming that Grace is pregnant with the child of her grandfather, Donald Trump. If that's not enough of a bombastic revelation for you, he also reveals that she has been receiving death threats from Joe Biden, and that she will be taking shelter in his city in January. Though this sounds...
Who's meowing? Come here.
Got a kitty here. Got a kitty. You're a big kitty. You're so big. Gosh. Love you, Prismo.
Extremely foreboding, nothing actually happened. As you can imagine, One extremely off-putting thing about this period is that Daniel was actually given his own apartment to live in, where he would be checked in on by a handler 3 times a week. Whoever set this up for him definitely did not take into account how much of a danger he is to himself and others, since within a few short months of his moving, he posted a video showing that he'd broken his television and put holes in his walls. According to him, he did this under threat, saying that this is what happens when he's told what to do. When this video was relayed onto his subreddit, an account called Lootbox Productions made a post saying, "Someone is spamming him telling him to post a bunch of videos with threats. Whoever it is, you need to stop. He is now at risk of losing housing.
Do you switch shoes when switching between squats and deadlifts? Found a Reddit thread just now from around 8 years ago with people saying to deadlift in Chuck Taylors or something and to use lifting shoes only for squats. Thanks.
I train barefoot aside from when I'm doing squats, and then I'll wear lifting shoes with an elevated heel. Ah, fuck.
I watch you just to laugh at you, just like you do with Frank. It's not vegan to own pets. You are holding them captive out of their own free will. So you can cope. In your 40s. That slosh bath wife of yours will divorce you. And take the pets. Prenup.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, vegan. So, I train barefoot. The only exception is when I'm squatting or doing something like lunges or Bulgarian split squats. Again, then I'll wear lifting shoes with an elevated heel. You can use lifting shoes if you're deadlifting. It's not usually recommended to do that because it's a bit harder to balance and you have to reach further down to the floor because of the elevated heel. So ideally, if you're deadlifting, you deadlift barefoot, really. So that would give you the most amount of leverage for the deadlift. But yeah, again, most people will switch to lifting shoes if they're doing like squatting or any kind of quad movements. And then if they're just doing normal training, just wear flat shoes or barefoot. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
If you are trolling him, you are a disgusting human being. A little while later, the same account would return with an original post to the behind the scenes of Daniel's current circumstances. One of the current managers made a long post titled, "Announcement from the current team," saying, "Hello Daniel fans, as I am sure you are aware, there is a lot of speculation on his current management."
Dining and dashing.
Yes, that is when you will go to a restaurant, ask for food, and then run before the bill gets to you, so you'll just run and not pay. Thanks for the donation, James.
To start off, we don't support the idea of managers, which is why we don't refer to ourselves as that. We don't tell Daniel what to do or post, and we don't get any financial benefit from him like music royalties. The only reason we do what we do is that if it wasn't us talking to Daniel on a daily basis, some 14-year-old troll would be. They could make Daniel send them all his money and tell him to go live naked saying the N-word. If you've been paying attention to him recently, you would notice that he doesn't go naked on live, say slurs,
Daniel Larson is God, donate tellers. Say what you want about him, you can't deny he pulls bad bitches. Yeah, I don't think so.
He only weighs 115 pounds.
Yeah, he is extremely skinny. Thanks for the donation, James. Yeah, I don't think he's pulling any bad bitches, but thanks, Daniel.
Post racist stuff, etc. Because we are guiding him on the right path, while keeping trolls away from him. He does say a few interesting things here and there on his own, but we don't tell him what to say or do. We give him advice to point him in the right direction, but Daniel has power over himself. As for the financial stuff, we don't control any of his existing financial accounts, such as Cash App or bank accounts. We created one Cash App as a way to allow fans to donate money that would actually benefit him. He doesn't have the best spending habits and either invests money into stocks with poor financial knowledge, gambles it away at Blackhawk, or spends it on expensive food such as a $20 burger at an upscale restaurant. With the Cash App that we created, donations will still go to Daniel, but they will be going towards his basic needs first. He gets sent that money to pay for meals, transportation, and any other expenses that are worthy. We make no profits, and the only time that money leaves that account is when it's going to Daniel. Our team is not a bunch of 14-year-olds who want to use money. Most of us are in our 20s and are only doing this because we care about Daniel's well-being. Unfortunately, his support systems such as SSI, his case manager services, and family and friends around him do not suit his situation very well, which is pretty obvious by the fact that he is homeless and can't afford food. We are in contact with his case manager and a close family friend, and they are aware of what we are doing. Our end goal is to put Daniel in a position where he doesn't have to worry about where the money for his next meal is from, utilize better spending habits, use critical thinking to tell trolls apart from the good people, ensure that he gets a roof over his head, and his safety as the most important things, because trolls could and have convinced him into harming himself. In order to meet those goals, we do plan on helping Daniel establish some more diverse ways of making money, such as possibly setting up a merchandise store, other donation apps, stable investments, etc. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Here, they make reference to Daniel saying the N-word, which I've neglected to mention up until this point. Though there are a multitude of cases of Daniel being manipulated by trolls into doing things he shouldn't, his extensive use of the N-word seems to come from his own volition, since during the Mohawk era, when someone tries the age-old technique of first name Nick, last name Gurr on him, he points it out and says he won't fall for it, proceeding to boldly say it anyway, a la Terry Davis. Regardless of this little caveat, not only did the post seem truthful, but the general reaction to it was extremely positive, as at this point, people have developed a positive parasocial relationship with Daniel, actually wishing him to succeed, whatever that word means at this point. The empathy reached to a boiling point when people discovered that Daniel had indeed lost housing because of his antics. As more videos
Like, even though he's disabled, he is a piece of shit. He's clearly a pedophile.
Of the holes in his walls surfaced. Parallel to all of this cacophony of events,
Suicide. 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 Richard suicide. Richard suicide. Richard suicide. Richard suicide. 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 Richard suicide. Richard suicide. Richard suicide. Richard suicide. 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 Suicide.
Yes, that has been on my mind. Thanks for the donation, Squidward.
Daniel sends a message to Quandale Dingle.
This is a message to Quandale Dingle. Please stop messaging me. Go to hell.
I'm honestly unsure of what Mr. Dingle did to warrant this kind of treatment, but I'm sure he deserved it, as Daniel is known for his fairness. A while after the dust settles, Daniel is charged yet again with a crime, this time dine and dashing a Hard Rock Cafe, a case which is still open to this day, probably for the same reasons as the last one. Apparently, this is just one of many cases of Daniel doing this, either showing the restaurant's tab on livestream in hopes of someone paying for it, or promising that Bob Proctor would pay for it. Most restaurants, in a mix of generosity and pity, took notice that Daniel wasn't exactly a normal person, and preferred to let him off without a criminal charge, instead just banning him from the premises permanently. On the 15th of May, after the brief period of Daniel voluntarily becoming homeless, something unprecedented occurs. He decided to run the Denver Colfax Marathon, with actual video of him doing it, and he finished second to last because he jogged the whole way through while live streaming. It's good to know he at least remained active during his homelessness. In an old Twitter account of his, he'd already claimed to have won in Special Olympics swimming, so him being minimally athletic isn't a complete surprise. Just a week later, Daniel posted a video of an altercation of his with an unknown man. In the video, we learn that Danderson was trespassing on his private property, sitting around in his patio and charging his phone on an outlet. When the man becomes confrontational, our most eloquent and diplomatic Mr. President ranges from being completely silent and uncooperative to calling this guy the N-word. Does it get any better than that? During his time as a homeless raving madman, Daniel used his case manager at the time, Andrew, as the scapegoat for all of his problems. This included pretending to have entered a coma in order to get sympathy from people online over his disagreements with Andrew, accusing him of stealing over $3,000 from Daniel's teeming music career and threatening to initiate a lawsuit against him and other managers, just to name a few. Meanwhile, Daniel speaks at a Roe v. Wade reversal protest because they made the terrible mistake of making it an open mic. Over the few minutes his speech lasted, he commented on the times he got naked online and his obsession with Grace VanderWaal. Having realized their major screw-up, an organizer stepped in and stopped Daniel from going into details about his career as a professional adult film actor. This speech, though brief, resulted in some pretty golden quotes, such as, "Because of my autism, my grandmother passed away of cancer." If you are wondering where Daniel stands on the issue of abortion, which you should be considering he is the President of the United States as we speak, his honest opinion is, thank you for your support. Around the same time, Daniel did a video and live stream with TikToker and YouTuber Brinks, which brought a significant amount of attention to Daniel's story. Despite Brinks' best efforts, in one of the live streams, the Danderson we all know, and not exactly love, leaks through as it appears Daniel asks for a one-night stand with a young woman of indeterminate.
Why the fuck does James Wade ask so many stupid questions? It's like has no common sense. Some of his questions can even be answered by looking at the thumbnail of whatever video you are watching. Is he retarded? This snail do be cute toe.
Let me take a look at this snail. I don't think James is retarded. He seems pretty smart to me. Maybe he's just not paying attention sometimes, but thanks for that donation, Kim. I don't know if that snail is cute. Why isn't that fish moving? Oh, it was sleeping? Weird.
Age. Believe
Thanks,
it or not,
Dodo's
the story
boyfriend.
pretty much only worsens from here on out. In June, Daniel announces that Bob, who was secretly financing Daniel's entire operation, housing, and music career up until this point, would no longer be able to afford it. The next few days become very chaotic and effectively untraceable, as most of Daniel's next moves would take place in Discord servers.
I have more money than you. What is that snail's height and weight?
I don't know what that snail's height and weight is. It's probably pretty small and light, considering that it's a snail, and probably doesn't weigh much, especially if you're gonna weigh it underwater. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Oh, God. I think the meds I'm on are making me, pretty sleepy.
And a new TikTok account, which is now deleted. One concrete thing that did come out of this brief time was Daniel's second, and last to this date, studio-recorded song called Something More, which he asked Papa Gut, who had been keeping up and commenting on Daniel's career so far, to review, though the TikTok in which he did this is unfortunately gone. With his housing still up in the air, Daniel announces that his court cases have been merged into one, and that he has to be psychologically evaluated in order for him to avoid a prison sentence of any kind. He follows this up with more information. His case manager, Andrew, was fired, and that Daniel would be returning to his previous case manager, Reva, who, according to him, was even worse. In 2 deleted TikToks on the 13th of July, he bowls and plays mini golf with Brink, and announces he will move from Denver to New York in a few months. About 1 week later, a new video surfaces of Daniel sticking a toothbrush in his anus and brushing his teeth with it. Then, he goes to Hooters with Brink and breaks a pair of headphones that he bought with $400, acquired through Twitch donations. In another upload, which is still up on TikTok as of the writing of this video, though probably not for
vegan Islamic scholar donated $2. Jenk goes vegan.
Lawmakers in Italy are drafting a law that could put parents in prison if they impose veganism on their children, and that leads to them being malnourished.
Yeah, this is an
Now,
old story,
those legally
dude.
responsible for under 60 sign of neglect. Vegans suffered from malnutrition, and so now they're in a panic and they're like, "Oh my God."
Yeah, that's an old story.
Xvegans.com is a website that is dedicated to shaming ex-vegan traders. So people who have given in, I know this is a little change of subject, but doing is they are actually creating like this interactive map, that personal information of abortion doctors, and they would have it listed on a website.
In the vegan community sounds hilarious, but it's not. It is. There is a serious element to the story. I mean, it sounds so goofy, right? Yeah. Like, because vegans seem like the most peaceful people on the planet.
ASL? Want to cam? My daddy isn't home. 12F SoCal here. Hee hee. I'm in winter break. Come over and we can watch High School Musical 2. What's your ASL? Tell me. Hee hee. I'm a virgin. Daddy lets me eat sweets on Saturday. I gotta be on my math test.
I don't think I'm interested in any of that, but thanks for the donation, Microwave ASL Poop.
They're not supposed, like, you're not supposed to kill the animals, and you make sure that you don't. Okay. Well, I don't know.
PETA does some good, okay? I don't.
All right. Anyway. Thanks for the donation, vegan Islamic scholar. Laura donated. Oh, wait.
Dr. Michael Greger advocates for a lower protein diet, but I thought 0.75 grams per pound is crucial for people that work out for health or are old, etc.
Well, Michael Greger's a delusional fucking moron, so he can say a lot of stupid shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Sean. Appreciate it. Lore donated $2. Let me see.
You are a bitch, Nick. Grr.
Yeah, we saw this clip yesterday. Yeah, we saw this yesterday too, dude. He says the N-word a lot.
To have that same issue, you know that?
Well, with Brian Kendrick,
I'll tell you, this match is unlike any match. Bottom line is that Daniels was able to organize this whole entire thing.
been a mainstay, and certainly for now with the launch of the TNA.
Maybe, you know what I'm thinking?
Now into the corner, and signature move from Suicide. We've seen that before.
Kind of a crazy little mambo dance there. I don't know what that was.
And we've seen that before.
Because of the teamwork, Saban and Shelley both in here.
Yes, but
those are some good moves. Thanks for the donation, Lore.
I just can't believe that I'm finding myself agreeing with right-wing networks, even Trump propaganda networks, when they are reporting accurate info about the Israel-Hamas war lol.
Yeah, it's It's pretty bizarre how right-wingers are more based on this topic than lefties.
I love my fanboys and fangirls.
Well, that's nice, James. Glad you have a good relationship with your fans. Appreciate that donation, dude.
Up for victims of mass rape. What good are you as a women's group? Right? You're worthless. You're pathetic. I think we need to reframe this because we've been too easy on these idiots. We've given them a free ride by describing October 7th as an act of terror, because we know the knee-jerk response when you call somebody a terrorist. They always say, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. And then you start talking about the historical context. Well, there is no historical context for sexual atrocity. That is the word, that's the phrase that needs to be employed from now on October 7th. It was a sexual atrocity, because then you don't leave any wiggle room to these misogynist monsters out there. The label is 100% true, and the evidence is there. Because once you no longer stand up for victims of mass rape, what good are you?
Yep. It's really terrible that they're choosing this hill to die on. Like, literally, they're literal rape apologists. It's really fucked that the left is, lying and doing this sort of cope shit for the October 7th attack and just their whole take on the whole Israel-Palestine issue. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
For very long, if we've learned anything about Daniel, he once again claims he is homeless, and this time, in an even worse way, as his phone is broken and he can't text or call anyone. It's unknown how this video was even uploaded. He somehow got access to the internet again, and posts to TikTok saying he's been diagnosed with trench foot. Ah, yes, trench foot. The condition soldiers from the First World War got from spending months walking around in subterranean mud. Daniel has that. A while passes, and Daniel is seen live streaming while gambling at a casino. There is absolutely no rhyme or reason for this man being let into a casino. How does he even have money to gamble? He's literally homeless. It seems as if things were coming to a head, and they were getting really intense and dangerous for Daniel. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, even the best of stories have to come to an end. On December 10th, 2022, Daniel went live on TikTok while he spoke to Bob Proctor in his car, and they were definitely having an altercation of some sort, though what it was over is hard to understand clearly, as Daniel is screaming that the motel was
I am a celebrity, Richard. Even having people using my name as a handle.
Yes, you are quite famous. Thanks for the donation, James.
Trying to kill him. In the clips we have of it, Daniel is hitting himself as
God donate to lawyers. Fat anti-vegan assholes. Let me see. Yeah, they're pretty fucking disgusting, dude. Like, they're actual trolls. Young Metusians want to depopulate the earth, say there isn't enough veggies to go around.
There is going to be a severe food shortage in this country because of the drought that we're facing. And as early as 2050, we might have to become vegetarians because of the fact that it's just going to take too much water to farm cattle. Yeah. Now, this is disastrous news, especially because there are a number of different factors that are at play. First of all, you have the...
Why are you giving me old Young Turks videos?
Check out this satirical skit from an Israeli show. Gaza's sky's black but Qatar's always sunny.
Let me see.
Children of Gaza are suffering. They have no food or medical supply. But you can help. Please open your heart and make a donation by clicking in the link below. Shukran and God bless you.
what we are brought on Gaza. Thank Allah that we are safe in the plaza. There's nothing left to eat like a Ramadan retreat. I don't really give a shit, cause I'm hanging in my sweet. Check out, we are dealing.
It's totally true. If you calculate all the aid money that should have gone to Palestine, they should be one of the wealthiest countries on earth. And then all their fucking money is just going to these three rich assholes. I don't know why anybody even bothers sending aid money. It just goes into their pocket. It's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
As he is known to do, while accusing Bob of hitting him and breaking his arm as Bob begged him to leave his car. However, after the end of the live stream, Daniel then hits Bob, who proceeds to call the police on him. People on his subreddit, even his diehard fans, were finding it very hard to sympathize with him after this, as Bob was one of the few people who had never done Daniel wrong. And here we clearly saw Daniel gaslighting and terrorizing this innocent old man. Immediately following the incident, Bob buys Daniel a ticket to California, presumably due to the 5150 laws in the state. During his time in California, he is cited at a strip club. Ox, the person who is managing Daniel's online presence, decides Daniel is unhelpable and does his best to prevent Daniel from posting to any kind of social media. Though there are still new happenings in the Larson-verse pretty much on the daily, people have largely given up on the notion that something will redeem him. It certainly does not help him that, to this day, there are new examples coming out of Daniel doing things that range from creepy,
Jesus,
to outright disturbing, and illegal to
dude, this guy has to get locked up.
Minors online. How this story will end, only time will tell. Hopefully, he does get put in some institution permanently, as it seems he won't be doing any of us, or himself, any good on the outside. I've been Turkey Tom. This has been the story.
Dude, that is fucked up, man. Alright,
Hey,
Dr.
Dr.
Kane,
K.
Sneako.
Sneako, you perma-banned me on...
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Can you just count to 10 for me real quick?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Perfect.
Can you count to 420 for me?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, that's fine. That's good. That's good. Sounds good. How are you?
Good, dude. How are you?
I'm like,
are we streaming?
Yeah, I'm live right now on Rumble.
Oh, okay, cool.
Cool. Are you streaming?
Nope.
Okay.
I think you're banned on all the platforms that I stream on.
Yeah, that does happen. That does happen. So you're a therapist?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm a psychiatrist.
You're a psychiatrist. Okay. I don't believe in therapy, and I think it's a scam, and I don't think it's necessary, and I don't think that even if there is anything wrong with
Fucking retard. God donate tellers, why do you care about chickens but not Palestinian babies? Because chickens don't grow up to be fucking terrorists. The least you can do is a donation stream like Vosh or Hassan. How about no? Are you even a real leftist? Let me see.
So as some of you may know, I recently did a little bit of a fundraiser. It was a good time. Some people are steaming mad, you know? Real mad. Let's take a look. From the nationally acclaimed National Telegraph, very wonderful news outlet here. They always use this picture of me. Naive left-wing streamer indirectly fundraised $286,069 for Hamas. written by John Holm. No doubt a very upstanding pillar of media credibility here. Vosh, a self-described anti-fascist YouTube and Twitch streamer, held a live stream on May 17th to raise funds for a charity operating in Gaza. That's true. He announced on Twitter the next...
I don't know how this is the least bit controversial. Look, Hamas isn't a democratic government that is beholden to the international community. They're thugs. They're terrorists. So any kind of aid money coming into the country, they can easily fucking seize and take for themselves. Again, who's going to stop them? So yeah, in all likelihood, the money that you give to Palestine is just going into the hands of Hamas. Like there's a reason why the Hamas leaders are billionaires.
Next day that after 27 hours of live streaming, they rounded up. It was 26 and a half, actually. His channel managed to raise a number which isn't the same as the number they list in the title. It seems like a little confusing me. Since the then we have this wonderful photo of me. Children with cancer. A rule whether directly or indirectly. Well, hold on now. Wait, fucking Josh.
Okay, well, whatever. Thanks for the donation, guy.
With my brain that this is going to be helpful whatsoever. I believe that men should just get over it and push forward. I think a better use of your time instead of talking about your feelings is working hard and building something. That's a better use of your time than anything that, even if this was productive, my time would have been better spent making some money and getting stronger and getting better. But I want to be convinced that it's useful because a lot of people are talking about therapy and people have accused me of being mentally ill quite a bit. They called me mentally ill since I was a child. I get that a lot from the internet saying Sneako needs to go to therapy. So maybe you can change that perception.
Okay. So let me just make a couple things clear. So I am a psychiatrist, but I'm not your psychiatrist.
Okay.
Is that clear? So I'm not doing therapy with you, right? You're not my patient. Okay. I'm not going to be diagnosing you or treating you for anything.
Okay.
We're having a conversation, and if you, I didn't know what we were talking about, but
we can talk about anything. I'm just like prefacing with that.
Yeah, that's totally fine. So, and I mean, is that what you want to talk about?
No, I want to talk about whatever. I want to talk about whatever you want to talk about. Can I cry?
Sure.
Okay. I don't know how this works. What are we supposed to do?
That's a great question. So. Well, I mean, so was there something in particular that you were thinking about when we last connected? So I don't know if we reached out to you or you reached out to us or what exactly happened, but was there something in particular that you had in mind?
Okay, what do you specialize in? I've seen you talk to some of my friends. You talked to Aiden for a couple hours and you were able to dissect and figure some stuff out. And I don't know, I think this could be an interesting conversation. I don't really know.
I completely agree. I think this is going to be a very interesting conversation.
Okay.
I think I would. So let me tell you. So you asked, how does this work? So I think there are a couple things to consider.
Okay.
We already talked about, it's not my place to do a diagnostic assessment of you and say that you are or aren't mentally ill. That being said, sometimes I talk to people and people will have questions about particular things. Sometimes those are related to mental health. And I'm happy to answer questions about particular things or try to help people understand parts of themselves, which a lot of times people think is the same as therapy. That's not the same as therapy. It's something that understanding yourself is a part of therapy, but not all paths of self-understanding are therapy. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think, I really enjoyed hearing your take on how therapy is not real and how people should just tough it out.
It's real, but it's a giant waste of time. Like I don't think there's some people that have trauma. Some people have trauma and PTSD. I think like veterans or stuff like that, or if you have the really like death and I can see how it can be effective. But I think most people that go to therapy just like to hear themselves yap in real time. I think that they like their own problems. They like feeling like a main character, and it's just a way to vent. And it's like a pussy way of dealing with your problems. It's an easy way out. I think it's actually really, I think people give themselves a lot of credit for going to therapy. Like, it's something difficult. So I think it's really easy to sit on a couch and talk. I think what's better is moving forward and trying to, shove it down and keep going. Because even if you don't shove it down, you're still going to think about it. I think people have this idea that you need to process your feelings on a couch next to a guy. You could process your feelings like while you work. A lot of times I'm thinking about the things that I'm dealing with while I'm working. And that could be therapeutic as well. Or prayer.
Sure.
I think prayer is much more therapeutic.
Sure.
Okay, so when you say therapeutic, yeah, that's great, dude. So I'm excited about this conversation. So let me just ask you a couple of things. So when you say that you think therapy is a waste of time,
yeah.
Why do you think that?
Because you're basically just saying the answer already. I think when you walk into therapy, you already know the answer. Like instinctually, you know what you're supposed to do, and you kind of just want to talk about it to make yourself feel better.
So where do you get the idea that therapy is about? Where do you get your impression of what therapy is?
From everybody that talks about constant, I'm from New York, and you hear all these people in Manhattan. Everybody, all the libs, they talk about I was just talking to my therapist. Oh, I just told my therapist. Oh, my therapist. They're calling their therapist. I need to talk to my therapist about this. People have relationship problems, and we need to go talk about it to my therapist for 5 hours and have a deep therapy. It's been way more normalized, and I think they prescribe a lot of problems so that you always come back. It's the same reason why the pharmaceutical companies do not want you to be healthy, so that you continue to buy their medicine. If I go to a therapist, your job is to take my money for my mental health problems. Why would you want me to get better? You don't. You want me to keep coming back and paying you. So you're going to tell me, oh, come back next week and we'll unpack this and we'll unpack that. I don't need to unpack all this from childhood. I'm an adult. I'm 25. I'm going to shove it down and keep going. Why do I want to unpack this stuff?
Okay. What has happened when you've tried to unpack it?
Unpack what? Childhood?
So you said that I don't want to unpack it. I want to shove it down.
Yeah,
right?
shove it down.
What is obviously you'd want to do that for a reason, right? So you've had some experience that makes you prefer.
Well, I'm
shoving it down.
I'm speaking generally. People will talk about how they go into therapy and unpack all this stuff.
What is he doing with this fucking soccer game down here?
I don't understand why people at 35 reliving all that. Well, okay, I get it, but I just think that's a stupid decision.
Well, what do you get when you say you get it? Why do you think all these stupid people are in therapy?
What do you mean get it?
You said you get it. So I'm curious, what do you get? Why do you think all these people are in therapy if it's such a colossal waste of time and essentially a monetary leech?
Because it's easier to talk about things rather than find an action that's gonna. It's easier to talk your way out of a problem than work your way out of it. Working is hard. Pushing forward and doing things that are difficult, that's harder, right? I consider the gym therapeutic. I consider sparring. I spar quite a bit. I consider that therapeutic.
Yeah, so I think those things are therapeutic too. And I mean, I'll be the first to say that I don't think therapy is therapeutic for everyone. I think that the concerns that you have are actually quite valid in terms of, I think sometimes therapy goes on way longer than it needs to. I don't really think that, in my experience, most therapists that I know are not interested in keeping people there for monetary reasons. And this very simple reason for that is there's no shortage of patients. So if you stop paying me, there's literally a line out the door of hundreds of people. The average waiting list for a therapist is 3 or 4 months.
Wait, you don't get it? So when you see a blue-haired transgender walk in, you don't rub your hands together oh. No, when you see a dude that looks like a girl with kitten ears.
What makes me go like this is listening to you talk about therapy.
Why?
Because I think that there's a lot of stuff to talk about that excites me.
Okay.
It's not the blue-haired transgenders, man. It's
okay.
dudes who focus on shoving it down in action and don't care to engage with their internal environment, which is a little bit of a judgment because I don't know that that's actually the case with you. But I mean, this excites me.
Okay.
But anyway, what do you think about what I said about, with their waiting lists? 50% of therapists don't take new patients. We're full up. Like, we don't need your particular money because there's like tons of people that are waiting to give us their money.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
Fair, but maybe the whole system works together. The pharmaceutical companies, the therapists, they all work on the fact that people's mental health, people are always talking about mental health. They all profit off of that. In a world where people fix their problems with prayer and with gym, that whole industry would never exist at all. So even though you might not need more patients, it's all based on the fact that everybody's diagnosing themselves in real time.
Well, so let me ask you this. So when you said fix their problems with prayer, how does that work?
Well, I just came back from Mecca, and you could see people, you call sujood when you put your head to the floor. And you see people sometimes like sobbing. Or when you go to the masjid on Friday, I'm going to go tomorrow at 1 p.m. for Jummah. You see people like crying. And it's because they're definitely thinking of things that they're asking God for certain things to be fixed. And I consider that therapeutic. That same type of tear that they crying that they might do in therapy, instead they're connecting with God. I think all those problems, like opening up about unpacking stuff like that, you should unpack it with God.
You should deal with your emotional problems with an imaginary friend and not a certified professional that can actually help you. Okay, got it. This is genius.
You know, I see them and the way that they are, and I felt it too. When I was in Mecca, for example, and praying next to the Kaaba, I really felt everything that was going on in my head and everything. It's not like I have to shove it down. I know everything that's there, but it becomes present when you're in prayer. You feel it. You're thinking about it. You're reminded of everybody you love. You're reminded of your past. You're reminded of your flaws. You're reminded of what you want to do better on. You're reminded of your fears and everything. And then you look to God for strength and for guidance and to keep you on the straight path.
Okay. So let me just make sure I heard you. So when you pray, so it sounds like you feel a lot of positive emotions.
And negative too. Like I wouldn't say positive too, but like everything.
I wasn't done. So you said you feel a lot of love, you feel a lot of fear, right? You think about people that you love. You also think about actions that you want to take and places that you want to go. So you have goals that you think of,
right?
And then what? Help me understand this part about God. Where does God enter the picture?
I would prefer, I can understand why therapy is helpful for a lot of people, but I think it's better to go and talk that out, talk about your trauma and your past to God rather than to a man.
Okay. So I'm not trying to debate you. Okay. So I'm not trying to like catch you or something. I'm confused. Because now you're saying you think that therapy can be helpful for other people, but prayer is superior.
Yes.
So there's some benefit to therapy because it sounds like a lot of I'm assuming that you think a lot of the mechanisms are you talk about your positive emotions, you talk about your negative emotions, you talk about your goals. You can do that with a person, but it's better to do it with God.
Yes.
What makes it better with God?
Because I don't believe in confessing your deepest, darkest secrets and sins. I think that you're going to embellish the truth. I went to therapy one time. I was 19 and I was talking to this woman. I was basically like, head over heels about this girl. I was in college and like it was just a lot of things. I was just like going through like so I decided, all right, like everybody's doing this therapy thing, I'll pay her. And then she had giant tits. She was like really gorgeous. And so I ended up embellishing the story. And instead of like actually being honest, I was just trying to like, I was like spitting game on her like I was on a date. And I realized in that moment, like I can't fully be honest with the person because the only person you can really be honest with is God. To a person, you're always going to be, there's going to be a level of entertainment. There's going to be a level of lying. You're going to try to make sure that they're engaged. You're going to try, your ego is going to be involved. When I'm talking to God, I don't have any ego. There's nothing, there's nothing that I need to hide, or it's just because God is all knowing. God's the best of planners. So he's going to know. And I even noticed that a lot when I was praying in Mecca. I felt all the ego and the little blockades that I had in my head and the barriers that you have when you talk to a person, they're absent when I talk to God.
Okay. Can I think for a second?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
How's this conversation so far, by the way?
Interesting.
Okay. So let me just make sure I understood. So you tried therapy once. And because your therapist had big tits, it sounds like you activated a different mode of relating to that person.
Yeah.
So you started like hitting on her.
I remember like telling the story, and I was like, even my gestures, I was like, all right, so boom. So I was at the spot, and then we really did it. And like, I'm making it like, I got this girl, and I'm doing my thing. And I was just like talking like I was talking to, like, I was trying to come off cool.
Yeah. So would you say that what you did for that hour with that person was therapy?
Bad therapy.
What made it bad?
Actually, think about it. Like, I did learn some things, and I didn't need to go back anymore. So, yeah. But I think the reason it was effective was because I realized that I don't need therapy. Like, it just helped me realize that this is unnecessary. So I did get to talk things out. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Well, hold on. I'm honestly, I'm not trying to like debate you or like I have no interest in proving you wrong. Honestly, I have no interest in that. Okay. It's just I'm just like kind of curious because here you are saying, okay, I tried therapy, but it sounds like it's kind of like saying like, okay, swimming is a waste.
Like, I love how he's like using the Socratic method on Sneako, and he doesn't even have to say anything. Just Sneako opening his fucking mouth is just making him look fucking stupid.
Waste of time. And then you asked me like, why do you think it's a waste of time? Well, I went to the beach and like I never really got in the water. I just hung out on the sand, and like swimming is a waste of time, right? Well, so you went there, you did something, but I mean, you're telling me that you treated this person.
I didn't even hear about this evil scumbag monster when learning about the Holocaust growing up. Good riddance to this piece of shit.
Let me take a look.
When I stand before you, judges of Israel, in this court, to accuse Adolf Eichmann, I do not stand alone. Here with me at this moment stand 6 million prosecutors. But alas, they cannot rise to level the finger of accusation in the direction of the glass dock and cry out, "J'accuse," against the man who sits there. Because their ashes have been piled up in the mounds of Auschwitz and the fields of Treblinka, or spilled into the rivers of Poland, and their graves are scattered throughout the length and breadth of Europe. Their blood cries to heaven, but their voice cannot be heard.
Yeah, I know about Adolf Eichmann. Those Nazis all have a weird fucking family history. A lot of them anyway. Like, so yeah, a lot of the people that were involved in the Holocaust who like orchestrated it and shit, they have a weird family history. They're psychopaths and sadists and shit. They're just scumbags. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
Sneako is one of the worst people Destiny has ever talked to. I want to break something when he talks.
Yeah, he is. Sneako is one of the most dishonest dumbasses I've ever come across. Thanks for the donation, 12 Labors of Hercules.
You didn't do therapy, you started flexing for her.
Yeah.
Right? That's not therapy.
Okay.
Now, and I think that's fair, right? Because you're also saying that, okay, like the problem with therapy is that when you go, you can't be completely vulnerable or honest with another human being.
Yeah.
Because, and so some kind of script, and I would guess if I asked you like, okay, let's say that there wasn't a female therapist with big tits. Let's say the therapist was like, I don't know, a middle-aged dude. You would still be activating some kind of script with them.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
And so what I'm hearing you say is that the cool thing with God is that there's no scripts.
Right.
So I'm kind of curious about something. So like one of the advantages of therapy, right, is that there's another human being there. Now that's a disadvantage because now ego enters the picture. Maybe you're trying to impress them. Maybe you don't want to be vulnerable, like totally fine. But there's also an advantage, which is that there's a person there, right? So they're able to listen. They're able to respond.
Richard. Suicide. 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 Richard. Suicide.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Carrie. Appreciate it.
They're able to interact. They're able to observe. And maybe I'm making an assumption here, so I'm going to ask about this. Do you think that God does those things?
Observes and listens
and talks back?
Yeah, I do.
And in what way?
If you want something or you're looking for some sort of guidance, you can ask God and God will respond.
How?
Not in the way that a human does, but there is a response. And it's kind of instinctual. And like you can, he'll tell you
what a fucking clown.
what you should be doing. Because I think deep down you always do know the answer.
So when you say, so you're saying that God will tell you, and then you're saying deep down you know the answer. So are we saying that deep down the voice that's talking to you is God? Is that you or is that God? Or am I not understanding the?
Well, I mean, we're all God's creation, so there's a sort of connection. I think deep down you all know because we're all born pure. And then we start to become corrupted with sin. We start to become corrupted by what's around us. And then that's what creates the blockade. So like behind all the ego, behind the mess and the programming, you know what the truth is. But you can ask God when you drop it and you're able to hear his guidance.
Okay, what makes it easier or harder to hear his guidance?
I think it's actually, in a lot of ways, it's harder. It's not easy to be vulnerable like that. It's not easy to get to that point. It took me a long time, but I do know it's possible after consistently praying.
Right. So what makes it easier or harder to hear God's voice? Because you said sometimes it's easier and sometimes it's harder. I'd agree.
Well, you have to full submission to God. And there's a lot of sometimes people aren't able to do that because they're sinning, or sometimes people aren't able to do that because
you just have to, surrender yourself to Santa Claus, okay? You can't hear Santa Claus because there's all this sin and programming that Santa Claus doesn't exist. But if you just completely sacrifice yourself to Santa Claus, you'll be able to hear him. Fucking clown.
Because they're too angry, they're too emotional. It depends on what state you are in life. But if you can get to that point, then you're able to communicate with God.
Okay. So I'm hearing that, I'm with you that if you're able to get to that point, it's great, right? So you hear some kind of voice or some kind of knowing or instinct or connect with the divinity within you. Is it cool if I call it that?
Yeah.
Okay. But I'm also hearing that it's not entirely clear what the mechanism or methodology to connect with God is. So there's certain things that get in the way, maybe anger, maybe sin. But even if I'm not angry or I'm not sinning, does that guarantee I will hear God's voice?
No.
Or right? So then what else goes into it?
Fear. It could be sometimes, for example, I'll give you Islam, for example, because I'm a Muslim. And a lot of people connect with God in different ways. And I don't think any of that is inherently wrong. But for example, when you pray in Islam, you're supposed to make wudu before, which is cleansing yourself. You're supposed to wash your arms, wash your feet. You're supposed to wash your face, your ears, and everything. You're supposed to be in a clean state. Even when you pray in Mecca, you're supposed to be wearing a white garment that's clean. Like there's a way to purify yourself and make sure you have true intentions. Even when you're washing yourself before prayer, you're supposed to make sure, like, the whole point is to make clear intentions that I'm going to pray, or else your prayer isn't accepted. Like even when you get on your knees and put your head to the floor, you can't just go through the motions and expect to be able to connect with God. You have to have clear intentions to do that. So I think there's a lot of things. If you're emotional or if you don't have faith, sometimes people just don't have faith. Like there's a lot of things that can block your faith.
Okay. So then let's say I'm having trouble, right? Let's say I don't really have faith, or I'm afraid, or I'm angry. Actually, forget about that. I realized I was slipping into a debating kind of mode, so I'll just say what I'm going to say. Okay. So here's
People mad at Vosh for making basic observations.
Let me see. Vosh is such a racist that he has to blame the rise of anti-Semitism in America on black people.
Right, we have some data here that kind of like lines up, you know. First of all, in terms of people who agree that the Holocaust is a myth, by far they're overrepresented in the urban population. It's also mostly black and Hispanic people, you know, weighted. And then you have more of them be Democrat. Kind of gives the impression that it's young, left-leaning, or perhaps moderate-leaning, black or Hispanic people who voted for Biden or consider themselves Democrats who think the Holocaust is a myth. It's kind of interesting that there's so few people here that are white, right? I don't know how much of this is Blitler shit and how much of this is like general conspiracism shit, but I do know that anti-Semitism in the black community has been an issue for a while.
Yeah, part of it might have to do with black Hebrew Israelites and also just lack of education. So yeah. Well, anyway, thanks, Voosh. Please get me a Cherry Coke Zero, donate $2.24. Hey, Vegan Gains. Speaking of weightlifting shoes, do you have some vegan recommendations? What do you use? Thanks. Reebok Legacy Lifters would be my recommendation. Those are the shoes that I use. They're very good. I think all, if not most, of the Adidas lifting shoes are vegan. A lot of people don't like them, but that is an option, and they tend to be cheaper. So you might want to look at Adidas. Nike Romulus shoes, I believe, are vegan as well, and I think Clarence Kennedy uses those. But Reebok Legacy Lifters are great. That's what I use. Thanks for the donation. Please get me a Cherry Coke.
Children.
This is where I think there's an advantage to therapy. So I completely agree with everything that you've said. Okay? I think the challenge, though, is that what you're sort of talking about is like difficulties within you. So like, let's just take faith, for example. So not having faith is like really tricky, right? Because faith is not something that is born of logic. It's born of faith. It's the belief in something. And if you really look at it, technically, you can't have faith. You can't have faith if you have knowledge, because knowledge is when you know something. Faith is when you believe something, right? You have faith in something. Agreed there? And I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm laying out how my understanding of things.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So I think the big advantage of therapy is that you've got like another human being. So if you have other problems, right? So like if you have, let's say, fear or anger or a lack of faith, that there's actually like another human being there to help you with those barriers.
Right. But humans are inherently flawed, and we're never going to be perfect. So
absolutely.
A therapist's advice is always going to be inferior to God's, because God's all-knowing and God is perfect and God's more intelligent than us. But I don't think that there's any human that's better than me or smarter or that knows anything that I don't know, because we're all created equal.
What? He doesn't think there's anybody smarter than him or knows something that he doesn't know. What? Like, I'd love to ask him, what do you think is in my wallet? Like, since I couldn't know anything you don't know.
So, I mean, it's good to kind of voice those things. And that's why that therapy session that I had with that woman with the giant breasts was effective, because I realized something. She didn't tell me anything. It was just me talking that made me realize that this is useless and I don't need this. I think when you talk to something,
hold on a second. So once again, I don't disagree with any of your premises. I just don't. I come to a different conclusion. So you kind of said, I'm with you that human beings are flawed, right? And so, but just because a human being is flawed doesn't mean that a human being can't help another human being.
True. Yeah, I'm not saying it's completely useless. I'm just saying that prayer's better.
He's walking back his claim now.
Okay.
And I think people like the echo chamber and have a certain level of narcissism. I think if you keep going back to therapy like that long without any solution, you just kind of like hearing yourself talk.
Well, I mean, when you say that long without any kind of solution, like what's your understanding of like the course and outcomes around therapy?
There's a lot of people that I'm sure you know these people too. They have their therapist on speed dial, and they talk about their therapist like they're friends. You know,
I don't think that's the majority of people. I think that is a tiny fraction of people.
Okay.
I would guess less than 5%. So I know that, for example, like part of our training as therapists is that we set very clear boundaries. We're not your friend, so you're not supposed to be tight.
Green Muffin Donny Tellers, I know India is a dirty place, but would you and Jasmine ever visit, maybe for the animals and food? No. Sure as fuck wouldn't go to India for the food. I don't really want polio or dysentery or E. coli infections or some shit. Think India needs the most activism, to be honest. Joey and you need to be there. I saw some videos where some assholes tied the poor cows. Sucked seeing. Yeah, I'm not interested in really going to India. It's a really dirty place, and the food there is dangerous to eat. Like, you just shouldn't eat food there. Thanks for the donation, though, Green Muffin. Appreciate it. I'd probably get sick if I go.
I sting us all the time. So when a patient texts or calls me at like 8 p.m., I'll answer because they don't usually do that. And then I'll ask them, hey, can this wait until our appointment? Or do you really need to talk to me now? Or do you need to go to the emergency room? Or like, what's going on? So I don't think that because a lot of what I'm really confused about is that I think a lot of your understanding of therapy is based on, I'm not quite sure what you've heard, I guess.
I guess my understanding is like it's a lot of liberals who prioritize feelings over facts. The people the people that usually go to therapy, just I don't think that they're.
He prioritizes facts over feelings, but he's talking about having faith in God. Like, he clearly doesn't care about facts.
Based in reality, I think that they like trivializing their lives, and
you have an imaginary
they're just
friend.
not that interesting, and they want to make it more interesting by making up problems and unpacking everything.
Where does that? Where do you get that? Right. So like for example, you said that they're like interested in feelings instead of facts. So like, where do you get that impression? Like, I'm confused by that.
For example,
because you're drawing a lot of conclusive statements, and I'm curious.
They have something called like gender affirming care. I remember having this in school where we had like social workers and therapists that were designed there, and there were rooms for safe places where there was like a psychotherapist or a psychiatrist, and they would just talk about their feelings, and then it was always they had like rainbow stickers on the front. And all these people that ended up becoming transgender or becoming gender fluid.
JM August donated $3. Let me see.
Are you having trouble finding your ideal mate? How about any mate? Do you fear you'll be the last man or woman on Earth still not getting any? Are you using roofies to score? And yet you still hope to land that prince or princess of your dreams. Well, wake up, sleeping ugly. Because your only hope is lowered expectations. Our video library allows you to choose from thousands of chronically rejected singles, just as hard up and pathetic as you. So good luck. You'll need it.
Antonia, number 435. Okay, you can start.
Okay.
Haven't I seen you before?
Yep.
Did you get many calls?
Yep.
Then why are you back?
I don't know.
Are you looking for a date, Antonia?
It's possible.
This isn't funny. Thanks for the donation, Jim.
They were always constantly in therapy. Or like, I went to school with a bunch of depressed kids, kids who thought they were depressed. All these kids were on SSRIs. They were all, as I said, they were anxious. They were constantly popping pills. And they all had the same political ideology. It was sort of like centered around the fact that weakness is okay. They didn't see strength as a virtue. They saw weakness as something to lean into.
How do you know that what they saw? That I'm confused. Like, how do you know what they see?
I mean, by talking to them. I guess I can't. I don't. But talking to them all the time. To see, like, the people that were constantly going to therapy in my school were the gender fluid people. The people that didn't believe in it, and the people that were like on a different political idea, like they were the ones playing sports, working out constantly, and who were like trying to build something.
Okay, so I'm sort of seeing like there's that just the way that you're viewing things is that there's a lot of like correlations.
Yeah.
So going to therapy is correlated with weakness.
With
is
liberalism and
correlated
weakness,
with
yeah.
A political ideology is correlated with not exercising, is correlated with not doing things.
Yep. Inaction.
Let me just think about. Why are we having this conversation?
Because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my way of thinking is incorrect. I think it's pretty polarizing. When I talk about this, it upsets a lot of people. So maybe my worldview was wrong, and maybe yours is right. And maybe therapy is necessary. Maybe I need it.
What do you think?
Oh, he needs it.
I believe the reason I believe what I believe is because I think I'm right.
Okay. Yeah, so that's what's so interesting. So here's my experience of this conversation. So you say things in ways that are very polemic. So like polar. So you say things in a way that invites me to argue with you and try to prove you wrong.
Yeah.
Like just the statements that you make. And I can see why people are like inflamed by that. And if I don't try really hard to catch myself, then I will start arguing with you.
Right.
Why are you smiling right now?
Yo, my half-breed brother from another nigger. What you think of what this bitch says?
Let me take a look, Kid Boo.
Reasons that we discard men and boys so easily was back in the day, like they were the warriors. They were the ones protecting the villages. They had the more dangerous jobs, so their lives were expendable. And then that has kind of been baked into us subconsciously.
That is literally retarded. If you look at traditional societies, men are generally considered more fucking valuable and less expendable because they're able to do more work. They can lift heavier. They can do more work in a certain, time period. They can protect. They can go to war. They can do more than women can. So what are you talking about? Like, look at any culture. Your sons are the ones who get the land if you die, or get your wealth and possessions if you die. It's not passed on to the daughters. It's only the sons. You can see in a lot of cultures, boys eat first before the women, before your daughters do. Like, where's she getting that? In traditional cultures, boys are treated better and are seen as more valuable than fucking girls are.
To keep perpetuating the devaluation of the masculine and of men. Now, thankfully, we have modernity and we don't necessarily need men to just self-sacrifice all of the time. So it's like we need to kind of fight some of our biology and say our son's feelings are just as valid as our daughter's feelings.
This woman's a fucking idiot. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. Women were literally seen as just breeding machines. That's all they're really fucking good for. Like, again, boys are going to be more use on a farm. They're going to be more use when it comes to collecting food. They're going to be more use when it comes to just earning money. They can, and again, on top of that, they're going to be more useful when it comes to war and, protection. Why the fuck does she believe it's in our biology to value women more? The only thing that's in our biology is to be driven for fucking sex. That's it. But in terms of like valuing things more, like, there's nothing in our biology that makes us value women over men. Nothing she's saying makes any sense.
Our boys' feelings are just as valid.
Just think about this practically. Men are better at everything. Like we just are. We're better at everything. Why would we have a biological drive to value women more when men are better at everything?
Valid. Their ability to thrive in education is just as important. When both sexes are doing well, society does well. It doesn't make sense to take someone out by the knees so you can prop someone else up, right? You don't have to do that. You can try to create systems and programs to balance that out so that all young people have the opportunity to do their best. One of the reasons that we...
Yeah, she's an idiot. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about.
Nigga, you missed the entire point. She meant men are more expendable from war and labor. We send boys out to war and keep girls. Women are meant to stay home while men go out and work. Men are more expected to work the more dangerous jobs and die more.
Yeah, it's because we're better at it. Try getting a woman to do a fucking 18-hour shift on an oil rig. She'll fucking die. Like, again, the only reason men do these things is because we're better at it. You're gonna see, like, think of any fucking hard job that requires a lot of mental and physical effort and exhaustion. How many fucking women do you know that could do, again, an 18-hour shift on an oil rig? Or lift bricks for 10 hours straight. Or like do fucking brain surgery for 18 hours. Like, just there are more men who are capable of doing those things. So no shit, you're going to have men doing that crap. And it's work that has to be done. So no shit. There's different expectations on men and women because men are fucking better at it. Anyway, thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Because you're right. Because you're completely right. That's just my way. People tell me that quite a bit. I have like a argumentative style of speaking.
That's not the question that I asked. I asked why are you...
Yeah, Elmo, women can do brain surgery. There are fewer women who are capable of doing surgery for like 10, 15, 20 hours straight. If you have female doctors, they do not work as long as male doctors. They don't. Part of that is because women are less capable of working for long hours. It is physically harder for them to do it. They're also less motivated to work that long. Testosterone gives you energy, it gives you drive, and it makes you competitive. It makes you want to outdo other people, and women do not have the same drive as men do to work longer hours. They don't have the same energy to work those long hours, and they're just plain and simple not as career motivated and shit. So you're going to get fewer women in the population who are able to even do those fucking jobs.
Are you smiling?
I'm smiling because you're right.
So what is the correlation with me being right and you smiling?
That in 20 minutes you picked up on what my friends and family have been saying for years.
Okay. And when I pick up on something that your friends and family have been saying for years, so that's just like a fact, right? Like I picked up on it.
Yes.
But you have a reaction to that, which
Yeah.
is that you're smiling.
Right.
So that reaction comes with an emotion.
Yes.
That's what the reaction is.
Yes.
What's the emotion?
The emotion, I think I get like a dopamine hit from.
Dopamine's not an emotion.
What's up?
Dopamine's not an emotion. Right? What's the emotion?
Laughter.
Laughter's an. I'm not trying to make you sound stupid here, but laughter's not an action. So let's think about it. What's the
Nigga, that just proves my point. Men are better and suited for enduring extreme laborious work, therefore making them more. Wait for it. Wait for it. Expendable, you dumb retard half-breed nigga snow monkey. You need the white man to cure you.
How in the fuck does that make men more expendable? It only makes men more valuable. If you're saying men are better at something, that makes men more fucking valuable. That's why women are have for the longest time been second-class citizens. That's why for the longest time women have had no rights. That's why men always get the inheritance. Men always get to eat first. Boys are fucking treated better. They're the ones that go to school, get an education. They're the ones that own property. It's because men are fucking worth more, at least in traditional societies. So how the fuck are men more expendable when men are better at everything and they're fucking worth more and they're treated better? That makes no fucking sense. This is just some like retarded, bizarre, stupid incel shit. I think a lot of dudes have just become super, super fucking insecure. And they suck at getting girls. Women don't fucking like them because they're fucking annoying, weaselly assholes and they don't even realize it. They suck at everything. They suck at school. They suck at work. They suck at like just everything. And then they get this fucking idea in their head, oh, society's geared towards women. We care about women more. Nobody cares about women more. No one's cared about women more. Like, again, men have had such a huge fucking advantage for so fucking long. Again, boys are the ones that get the inheritance. Boys are the ones that fucking go to school. They're the ones that get property, get money, get everything. And then, like, now we just have a lot of fucking incels who are trying to make this fucking excuse that women have some sort of fucking advantage and they're valued more when they're just not. If anything, things have just at least equalized. But where the fuck do you get the idea that women are worth more because men are more valuable for labor? That makes no fucking sense. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Destiny donated $2.24. What compels you to stay in Canada? You're pretty well off, so you're getting taxed in the ass. I'm not. Canada has a much better tax system than the US. At least for my job. You aren't benefiting from the social welfare. I am. I get free healthcare. And I need a lot of healthcare with my mental issues. And you have to pay a shit ton of cost of living. Cost of living is a little bit higher, but I'd end up losing out on healthcare costs, and I'd end up losing out on taxes. I'd have to pay more taxes if I moved to the States. That's an absolute fact. I've looked into it. So I'd have less money if I moved to the US. React to this. Let me see. I'm not reacting to Madagascar. It's copyrighted, so. Thanks for the donation, though, Destiny. Green Muffin donated $2. At least some animals are treated good in India. Let me see. Fucking music is annoying as shit. Well, I'm glad he's being nice to the cows. Those are some nice cows. That cow likes the banana. Wow. Wow. Those are pretty cows. Those are sweet cows. Oh my God. I really like cows. Cows are awesome. Cows are friends.
And that is cows are everywhere in India. Like here we are on the beach and just cows. What I like about these cows is often the dogs in the morning, I'll come out and the dogs are playing with the cows, which is kind of cool. I've heard that, oh, hello. Oh, okay. Are we moving? Hello. Okay. I've heard that the cows, there's a Bill of Rights for the cows in India. Oh, we're all in the mood now.
Yeah, they look underweight. They really need to eat more.
I've made them a little uncomfortable with my vlogs. You know, not everyone's comfortable with my vlogs. Meat industry. Cows are...
Those are really beautiful cows. Would you ever pet a wild cow? Of course I would. Thanks for the donation, Green Muffin.
Nigga, do I really gotta dick smack you with a dictionary? Look up what the word expendable, you monkey. Men can impregnate multiple women while women can only get pregnant once. Therefore, from a survival perspective, that makes men more expendable. Dipshit.
That's one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it is men, again, are able to do more work. They're able to be more productive. They're able to protect whereas women can't. And therefore, a male child or a male in society carries more value with it. So losing a male is going to be a bigger loss than losing a female. And since a female can only have one child at a time, typically, losing a male child or a male citizen is, again, considered a bigger loss than losing a single female. So I don't know why you're talking about just the ability to breed specifically. Again, yeah, you're a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
How does one unshit their pants? Who do I need to contact?
Unshit the pants. Maybe call your mom. I think she'd probably know. Thanks for the donation, Elmo. Jasmine says it's called diapers. She's a woman, so she'd know.
The emotion.
Joy?
Laughter's the expression. Yeah.
Okay.
Right? So, like, how do you understand that? Like, here I am noticing something about you, and your reaction is joy.
Okay. I like connecting with people.
Yeah, right? Doesn't that feel good?
Yeah.
Is this weakness? Is what we're doing weakness?
777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
That is good. Thanks for the donation, Deus.
No? But
is it
also,
strength?
It's a strength. No, it's just a conversation. Like this is similar to most. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So it's neither weakness or strength. It's
Yeah.
just we're connecting.
Yeah.
Feels good to connect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does it make us weak to connect?
No.
Does it make us strong to connect?
Neither. Well, yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Whoa. How? What's so?
Because you're stronger in groups. So if I connect with somebody and then we go forward, there's two of us instead of one.
So there's value to connection.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that like we're not doing therapy, but I think that we just experienced what I would call one of the benefits of therapy, which is to be seen. So I know you're putting on an act, and yet
they grew up together. Do you still think it's negligent?
Let me see. Wow. That's such a big kitty. Oh my god. No, if they grew up together, I don't see that being negligent. What? Hello. What are you doing? No lamb. She's being weird. Well, thanks for the donation, Simon.
it feels good to like see through it, right? Like I kind of saw through it. And that feels good. I'm not, and this is the other thing is I'm not judging you for it. I'm not saying like, hey bro, you're an asshole for doing this. Why do you do this? I don't get angry with you. I imagine a lot of people get angry with you.
Yeah, that's true.
And that must be tough for you.
Or maybe we can talk about.
Let me rephrase.
I'll let you cook. I'll let you cook.
It used to be tough for you, but now you're better at it. Now you're stronger. Now you know how to pray and you have faith in God. So it's no longer a problem that people are angry with you, right?
No,
meaning what?
Also, the kind of reason I laugh, I kind of like, I like making people react. I like even if it's laughter, I have the same sort of reaction to when people get upset. I like being able to say stuff and then people go, huh? Or laugh, or like, I like having an effect on people.
Yeah.
So like when I say like a racial slur and then people, huh? Like that's really fun for me.
How do you understand? So first of all, is that common for many people?
I don't think it's as common as, no, I don't think it's that common.
Yeah, I'd agree. Maybe everyone likes it a little bit.
A little,
but
I like it more than most people,
Yeah.
I
How do you
think
understand
so.
that?
I don't know. It's just always been that way. It's always been that way.
Are you interested in understanding it?
Yes.
Okay, so what? What's that expression?
Because now it's like I'm thinking you're gonna like dig into my past to figure out like why that is.
I don't even know the answer.
What's the answer?
When my cat does that thing where she sticks one leg up in the air as she licks her ass, I touch the pad of her foot, the one that is sticking up, and say boop, but then she stops licking her ass and gives me this look and walks away. Am I annoying her?
Yeah, you're probably annoying the cat. Maybe just let your cat lick her butt. Thanks for the donation, Jessica. Appreciate it.
I'm not going to tell you yet.
Huh?
I'm not going to. We don't need to dig into your past. We don't need to. We can do that if you want to, but we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna figure it out together, right? Because connected, ape strong together.
Right. Yes.
Does that
stronger
work?
Together. Yes. Okay.
Okay. So let's think through it. Right. So and see, even the way that I'm talking to you is changing. So what have you noticed that I'm changing?
Yeah, we have more defense mechanisms, and now they're dropping.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, so you know what I'm doing to drop your defense mechanisms?
You're saying things to make me feel welcomed and like you're understanding.
Yeah, and
stuff.
what am I saying to you to make you feel welcome?
It's everything.
Oh my God, Sneako, you're so great. I love you. Like. I'm not, right?
No.
What I'm actually doing is I know the answer, you don't, and I'm not going to tell you, nya, 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 nya.
Right.
And somehow, like, you feel welcome with that. Like, let's play, like we're playing a game. You feel it?
Well, because everybody likes talking about themselves, and that you told me that you're going to talk more about me in the future, and that's like everyone's favorite topic.
Is it your favorite topic?
No.
No. Yeah, I don't think it's everyone's favorite topic.
Maybe
That
I just
would make
lied.
us
I don't
narcissistic.
know. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
No, but I think it's like, I think human beings like to understand themselves. I don't think that's unusual.
Yes.
Yeah. So let me ask you, so when you try to get a rise out of people, right? It can be negative, it can be positive.
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you, so how does it feel to not, so when you get a rise from someone, I'm going to say that means that I'm relating to you, I'm noticing you, I'm acknowledging you. Is that fair?
Yeah.
So if you don't get a rise out of people, how do you feel?
Inadequate.
Yeah.
And
right?
Getting a rise doesn't just have to mean
Damn,
anger.
son, you just went, yeah, I know. But inadequate? Yeah.
Inadequate,
I'm
yeah,
surprised
yeah,
you
yeah.
got there that fast.
Like, you remember, like, I remember standing in circles in school and stuff like that, and like there's like a group of people talking, and then you say a joke and then nobody reacts. Or like you just say something and like that, like, am I here? Like, did anybody just hear what I said? Like, am I invisible? And then someone repeats the joke louder, and then they all get a laugh. What the? Yeah, that shit sucks.
Yeah, right. So you feel invisible unless you get noticed. And so, like,
you sure?
Right. Your words. I mean, I use the word notice, but you use the word invisible.
Yeah.
So now let's like kind of think about it, right? So now like there's a guy who goes out of his way because fucking A, we're gonna notice you, Sneako. Right? You're gonna make sure of that.
Right.
Right? And you kind of come out charging, and we'll see if you flip back into that mode later.
Okay.
But, you know, we'll see what your tolerance of vulnerability is.
Yes.
Maybe. But I think you're okay with this because I think you like to be seen. I think you're actually more okay with being vulnerable than you give yourself credit for.
Right, but I think the biggest issue and what I noticed in Mecca was that, yes, that's true, but doing it for the right reasons. Like, I think it's okay to say a racial slur and, you know, if someone gets upset because my intentions are pure. It's just like, it's funny to me and it's funny to people who get it. But also the fact that if I do have eyes, that I'm putting out the right message and that I'm influencing in the right way. That it's not just like clamoring symbols like a loud monkey, or getting, you know, there's some people that just turn it into a giant clown show, that I'm doing something right. And that every time I speak that it's, you know, there is something positive coming out of it.
Sure. So it sounds like is this the first time you went to Mecca?
Yes. Just came back. Yeah.
And it sounds like it was quite a powerful experience for you.
It was the most powerful. I haven't even fully talked about it yet. Yeah, it was like one of the most, it was the best experience of my life.
Yeah, so like now I can see that you're more centered, right? And now you're sort of saying like, okay, like if my intentions are pure and like all this other stuff, which is cool, but like you were clowning long before that, right? You were getting rises out of people long before you went to Mecca and understood everything that you've understood now.
Yeah, since I was like 4 years old, I used to like tell knock jock jokes. Like there's, I would, yeah, always. I was always like making stand-up comedy type jokes since I was like 3.
Yeah.
Like,
Can I ask you about what growing up was like for you? That's like, oh my God, like.
Growing up was good. Growing up was, you know, I grew up in around Connecticut and New York, New Haven, you know, a pretty mixed, diverse, 2-parent household, really good parents, and feel
siblings?
pretty, yeah, siblings, older sister, younger brother.
And what will you say you feel pretty?
I'm very grateful that I had really good parents, and I still do. And
what made your parents really good?
They sacrificed a lot in order to raise us properly, and they put 100% into parenting, and I think that's pretty rare. I don't. My parents are still together, and like it's very rare that I meet people that still have parents that are together. I love my parents.
And when you say they sacrificed a lot, can you share a little bit about that? Do you feel comfortable?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they chose to, you know, they didn't go out and party ever. You know, they don't really have that many friends. They didn't really have like that much of a social life or a life outside of raising their children. Like that was their number one priority. Like they weren't selfish whatsoever.
Okay. And what was school like for you?
School
you were the
was
class clown.
Was that?
You were the class clown?
Yeah, later on. I wasn't as funny earlier, but then I did get funny, and then I was a class clown. Like I had ups and downs. Like I tried to be. I was like 4th, 5th grade. I was like tried to be the class clown more than I was. It was cringe. But then like I developed a good flow.
Yeah. And what was like? What were your friends like? You know, things like that.
Diverse friend group, and we used to make like really fucked up jokes. Like my best friends when I was younger, a Jewish guy and a black guy, and I was more Asian when I was younger, so they would always call me like say that my ancestors died building the railroads, and I would make Holocaust jokes, and then I'd make slave jokes, and then we just it was just brutal, like just trashing each other all day long and trying to make each other cry and laugh.
And do you have a sense of what about that kind of humor resonated with you?
I think it was bonding over the fact that you can say fucked up things and it doesn't have to come from a bad place, because the teachers would always try to censor and say, you can't say this, you can't say that, don't do this, don't do that. But deep down, you know, oh, well, my intentions are pure. Just because I say something doesn't mean I mean it. You know, it doesn't have to dictate what my belief system is.
And so have you been judged a lot for what you say?
Yeah, I got canceled off everything. Yeah.
And how do you understand that?
How do I understand? What do you mean?
Like, what's that like for you to be judged for what you say?
I think it's a big responsibility because, I mean, obviously it's a bigger platform than just being like a class clown. A lot of people listen. I think one of the biggest shifts in my perspective was I was at a baseball game with Lil Pump. And it was in between the innings or something. We're walking to the hot dog stand, and then like these 11-year-olds come up to me, and they start like they get really excited. They're like three or four, like they must have been 5th, 6th grade, and they go, "Fuck the women, fuck the women!" And I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "No!" Like, "Fuck transgenders!" I'm like, "No! Fuck the gay people!" I'm like, "No! We love everyone. We love everyone." Just like they were all excited. I'm like, "Is this what they get from my?" And I think it was equally like good and bad because they were joking. They were trying to be. They literally like reminded me exactly of how I was at 10, 11 years old. And it looks bad because it's on camera because people are like, this is what he's making them believe. Like, this is not what they believe. It's just something that adolescent boys all kind of go through. And I think it's good that they found a vessel within my videos to find a similar sense of humor. So actually, at first I was a little shook, and then it made me really happy. And I think about those guys a lot and I hope they're doing well. But it is reassuring that, well, not reassuring, but it's like, it gives you a little responsibility. Like, okay, like everything I say and do, like I should have something positive there because I'm influencing the youth. You know, whether or not a lot of people like to admit it or how much they try to cancel or silence or censor, like there's, you know, what I say is influential.
Yeah. And in what way or would you say you're influencing them?
I think I'm helping them embrace their boyhood in a generation where it's really suppressed, where men are becoming more effeminate, where we're told to cry more and talk about our feelings more, where, you know, gender ideology is pushed, where, and, you know, inherently like no 12-year-old boy believes in that. They don't believe in any of that. They think it's garbage, they think it's stupid, and they all want to make racist jokes, and they just want to be unapologetic and be themselves. And we're trying to mold boys into something that they're not, and it's making a lot of people unhappy. And I don't think a lot of people see what's going on.
When you say it's making a lot of when we're molding boys into what they're not, right? So this is not that's the side that's winning right now, which is not your side, right?
Right. The godless side.
And when the godless side is succeeding, what happens? when we get boys to talk about their feelings or men to talk about their feelings,
then the woman controls the relationship. Then you become deeply unhappy. You become weaker. It shows in your body, the way you speak. You become more of a snake. You just become less of a man, and you're not leading like the way you don't lead anymore. You're not leading the charge.
Talking about your feelings it means that you become submissive.
Yeah, because you're submitting to a person instead of to God. So, like you opening up in that vulnerable way, to that extent, yes.
Okay. So if we're not supposed to talk about our feelings, what are we supposed to do with them?
I think there's better, like, I see I think joking is a way. Like there's better ways to talk about your feelings rather than crying in front of a therapist. Like I think stand-up comedians, for example, are all fucked up. Like the best stand-up comedians have like all this trauma and stuff like that, and they put that into their craft. And I think that's a really effective way of turning trauma, turning problems into something that's positive. They're spreading laughter. All of them, like if you go to a stand-up comedy show, I used to do it a lot when I was in New York. And then COVID happened. I was standing there and these people are just talking about their parents and their drug addictions and their relationships and just like and then they find like a way to make fun of it instead of feel bad about it. They just kind of like make light of it and it's therapeutic.
Just out of curiosity, are there any relatable moments like this with you and Jasmine? Also, I ordered the diesel vegan protein powder that you recommended and it is so delicious. I love the choc.
Let me take a look.
Birdie. That's okay, Birdie. I'm gonna take care of you, Birdie. Okay? Birdie?
Yes, there are moments like that with Jasmine and I. Why are you people sending me so many fucking videos of Nanoland? Thanks for the donation, Ben.
To be able to share that information with strangers and then laugh about it. And then you feel better after because you're not like bottling it down. But even then, you don't just need to do it in stand-up comedy. Like sometimes you'll see like the super jack guy in the gym and he's deadlifting like 400 pounds. That used to be me. And you're kind of like all that, whatever's going on, you're letting it out in the gym. Or when I'm sparring too, like, you know, sometimes you get into a mode where you're angry and you're thinking about something that happened, what happened at work, and you just, you know, you let it out there. And afterwards you shake hands with the person. You might have a bloody nose. He might have hit you too. And in that moment, now you're stronger, you know, you're better at fighting and you've let it out in a healthy way. So I think there's healthier ways to express negative feelings or channel that energy than therapy.
Okay. Can I think for a second?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for me, by the way, so far?
Have I changed your mind on anything?
No.
Okay. How long have you been doing this?
Look, can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah.
Are you under the impression that I don't already agree with you about most of what you're saying?
I was under that impression. I was under that impression, yeah.
I mean, is anything that I'm saying... So, like, for example, when you talk about, like, well, let me just toss a couple things out. So I completely agree with you that I think comedy can be very therapeutic. I think exercise can be very therapeutic. I think prayer can be very therapeutic. I think we have tons of scientific studies that support all of those things. We actually know that those are all very effective ways to manage mental health. And I think...
Mike Donatiller, is you smashing? Let me see. Nope. I am not into that. Yeah, I don't think she's attractive. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
I think the other things that we know are that it's not exclusive to that. And in fact, I would say the mind is probably the organ of the body that can benefit from the most diverse kinds of things, as well as the optimal function of the mind requires a diversity of different things to be healthy. The mind actually needs the most balanced diet out of every organ in our body. I think humor, for example, is a very well-documented defense mechanism. When I have patients that I work with, we oftentimes, with the male patients, I will make dick jokes, and we will talk about making dick jokes. And we will even do it very intentionally. And so after we go into a deep part of therapy where we're talking about something raw and real, we will do something called come up for air by making a dick joke.
Can you tell me, like, what's your best dick joke?
Let me think about what's my best dick joke. Okay, that one I can't say.
You can say it. We're on Rumble.
No, I have.
That's the one I want to hear. I want to hear the one you can't say.
I know. Let me think. Let me see if I've got a better one. I don't. So there's one that came to my mind, but usually the dick joke that I make is like in line with what we're talking about.
Okay.
Right. So like, you know, like it's hard to describe it. Like, you know, you can make dick jokes about whatever we're talking about.
Yeah.
So it's not like I have a dick joke and it's like, hey, we just talked about your childhood trauma. Let me tell you a joke.
Yeah,
knock,
yeah.
knock. Knock, knock.
Yeah. Who's there?
Your dick.
Bomboka!
Right?
Okay. That's a good one.
Because you went to therapy and it got lopped off. And now it's dangling out here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I don't even, that's a fucking awful joke, but it's just an example.
That was like a fine. That was better than what I was thinking. For on the spot, that was good.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, I'll, you know, if we get into something deep, I'm sure that my mind will come up with one, and then I'll share it with you at the time.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't actually disagree with a lot of what you're saying. I think I'd say that if anything, I think that your understanding of things I would describe as incomplete, not incorrect.
Okay.
Can
you?
Anyway, that's.
Can you explain that? Why incomplete, not incorrect?
So I that's what I was thinking about, and I'm going to get to. And that's when I asked you, do you have any questions for me?
How long have you been doing this?
What do you mean by this?
Talking to people crying on a couch. Oh, psychotherapy, or psychiatry.
Okay, so I became a medical doctor. Wow, has it been? I became a medical doctor 9 years ago. I started doing psychotherapy 8 years ago. I started to do psychotherapy very seriously 7 years ago. And then I became a fully trained psychiatrist 5 years ago.
Do you notice a common theme when you talk to streamers?
Yes, many.
What is it?
Like when you talk to streamers, I mean, so many. So like, are you talking about specifically about streaming or?
No. When you talk to live streamers, because I've seen like, that's one of your consistent, yeah. Do you notice a common theme that's separate from other people? What do you notice about streamers?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, can you?
So I think at the top of the list is like, we're all misfits to society. Like we can't, the reason we become successful at streamers is because we get rejected by the rest of the world in some way. And then there's something about us that is busted in school, in 9-to-5s, in standard jobs. And so we start streaming, and then something about this environment fits like a glove. So one example of that, so that's the overarching theme if you want one, but there are all kinds of different examples of that. So one is that the prevalence of ADHD among streamers, I think, is way higher than the regular population.
You think ADHD is real?
Yes.
Okay, they told me I had ADHD when I was like 9 and 10. I used to take Ritalin and all that stuff. I think it's a lie. It's especially because the fact that they say it's like a deficit. The fact that they say it's a disorder, I think is garbage. It's not a disorder.
He
it's
is
just a
not
different
neurologically
way of
normal.
thinking. I actually think it's a superpower. I think it's a gift. And it's called.
Yeah, he definitely has ADHD, if not something else. He's not neurologically normal, especially when you like actually talk to him and not just watch him talk to other people. He's fucking weird. Son Goku donated $2. If I could score this white girl, I'd become the biggest simp. Let me see. She does have a good ass. Face is okay, but she has a good ass. Do you like her nose? She does have a big nose. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Calling it a disorder is incorrect.
Yeah, so I think that too is not something that I
am Islamophobic, donated $2.
Also, hold on. I want to be... Okay, here, hold on. I want to be like very, 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 very clear here. I want to be very, very, very clear here because people seem to misunderstand this. People don't get this. Destiny's joke borders pretty hard on Islamophobia. I am Islamophobic, and I hate Islam. I'm an atheist. Yes. I will make Islamophobic jokes because I do hate Islam, and I am Islamophobic. Yes. I am an atheist. Let me repeat that. I don't know how many times I need to say that. If you're ever surprised, like, doesn't he hate, like, Christianity, or does he hate, like, Islam? Yeah, the answer is yes. I do. I'm an atheist. I hate all these fucking religions, of course. Okay.
Yep, fucking based. Thanks for the donation. I am Islamophobic.
Entirely disagree with. I wouldn't say you're wrong about that. I've worked with many people, myself included, who are probably somewhere on the ADHD spectrum, and I've come to see the way that my mind works as a gift. At the same time, so I think this is one area in which
shit.
I would, if I had to judge what you say, one area in which you're incomplete is that you tend to make a lot of generalizations. So I don't hear in you that ADHD is variable amongst different people. I don't hear that conception when you speak. So you say, it wasn't a disorder for me, which is fair enough. Ritalin for me didn't work, which is fair enough. But you don't know what the experience of everyone else with ADHD is like. And for some people, it is a crippling disorder. And what we mean by crippling disorder is that they cannot function in the world because they cannot get their mind to focus in the worst cases of ADHD.
I think that puts the blame on something that's genetic or something that's innate rather than just saying it's misled focus or like misdirection. For example, there's this guy on Twitter, Brute, and he talks about how a meth head is almost identical to a Elon Musk CEO billionaire. A meth head has all this energy that instead of he's putting into a Fortune 500 company, he's just putting it into the pipe. You know, he's digging holes in the backyard looking for China. As soon as you put that guy in the right direction and you can put him to something where he could direct all that meth energy, something that's positive, he's the same. Like those people are very similar.
No.
To two sides of the same coin.
Yeah,
they have more in common with the average person.
That's what confuses me because I would agree with you 100%. I mean, the majority of clinical practice that I've done is like actually addiction psychiatry. And I would completely agree with you that the majority of my patients who are addicted to stuff have an immense amount of energy, are incredibly resilient, or oftentimes highly intelligent, and helping them channel that into healthier things leads to excellent outcomes. I wouldn't disagree with that at all.
But why are generalizations like that a bad thing? Because like, I don't think there's anyone that said there's no exception for cancer. You know, cancer is something that it just happens, right? There's neither, cancer.
Dodo donated $2. Do you think Dr. K could help you if he was your therapist? No. I think Dr. K is a fucking hack and a quack, and a lot of what he says is bullshit. So I would have no faith in him as a therapist to actually help me. I would not get therapy with Dr. K, even if it was free. He's a liar. He's just full of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. James August donated $3. Let me see.
I hear that Big Mac calling me. Ooh, I'm loving it and it feels alright. McDonald's. Ooh, I'm loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah. Ooh, I'm loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah. McDonald's. What I want. McDonald's. Number one. Number two. 2 and 3. 3 and 4. 5 and 6. 7, 8. 9, 10. 11, 12. 12 if you got it. I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it. I gotta get it. Gotta get it. Big Mac. T-bone. Hot fry. A large fry. A large shake. I want it. I want it. I want it. Sweet tea. Gotta be sweet. Sweet tea. Ooh, I'm loving it and it feels alright. McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah.
All right, that was pretty great. Thanks for the donation, James August. Super Broly donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, somebody linked me this. Chris Bumstead said some of the stupidest fucking shit on this. podcast. Maybe we'll watch the entire thing later. He was literally claiming when he vacationed in Italy, he lost weight despite eating a ton of pizza and pasta because the food is like better quality there. It made no sense. Thanks for the donation though, Super Brawly.
Cancer was actually really good for my lungs. You know?
Hold on.
Okay.
So I have spoken with a ton of patients that I was very confused by when they would say things like cancer was the best thing that ever happened to me. And I'd be like, bro, what are you talking about? Right? And then I would listen to them. And that's when there are cases of cancer where, like, here I am, I'm 36, I'm not taking care of myself, I'm not taking care of my family, I'm like, like, whatever, life is like, whatever, I'm bitching all the time, like, I'm not really doing anything with my life, and then you tell someone, hey...
Hello. Hello there, little dog. Yeah. How are you doing? How are you doing, dog?
Are you going to sleep?
I don't think so, James. I am tired, but I think I'm going to stay up for a while longer. Thanks for the donation, dude.
You could have 1 year to live. And they're like, oh, shit. Like, I've got 1 year to live, and, like, I don't want to die. Like, I hate my life, but I don't want to die. I want to live. And then 6 months later, after chemotherapy, they have a surgical resection. They shrink the cancer, they remove it from the body, and then they discover that you're cancer-free. And suddenly someone is like, thank God. I was dead at 35, and at 36, post-cancer, I'm starting to live life. I've started to realize that life is precious. And I should stop taking shit for granted. Yeah.
Was that Walter White?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know Walter White well enough to know his quotes.
Okay.
But, I mean, so, it's humbling. And I think, why is it bad to make generalizations? Because I think human beings have different experiences.
That's true.
And what works for one person doesn't work for someone else. And
Right.
that's also where, I mean, I've met my fair share of people, myself included, who got way more out of spirituality than I did out of therapy. Like, way more. So what transformed my life was spirituality, not a psychotherapist.
What, you did DMT in Peru?
No. I spent 7 years studying to become a monk in India.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can you levitate?
No.
Oh.
Still working on that one. Then I went to med school. If I had stayed with it, maybe I would be able to at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, so like I said, I think the main thing in which I'm sort of hearing is not that you're wrong. I mean, I think that it's most, I want to even say that most psychiatrists or psychotherapists would agree with a lot of what you're saying. That humor has therapeutic value, that prayer has therapeutic value, that just talking about your emotions. I actually think a lot of psychotherapists, well, it's not that it's a waste of time, but I think many people, myself included, I don't want people to come to my office and just talk about their emotions. That's not what we're here for. Mm-hmm. We're here to do work. We're here to help someone get better, and we're here to help someone go, like, my goal with all of my patients is for them to never come back.
What's the longest you've had a patient? 5 years.
7 years. 6 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
Ask me what my average amount of time to spend with a patient is.
What is it?
Because you're asking about the long.
Can we watch some Ment movies and I'll share the other cooking ones later? We might seen this, but it's gold. Lenny going up to that guy. I feel great. I had some Valium, Zoplicone and weed and I feel great.
That's good to hear. Let me see.
We don't care about injuries. We're freaks. It's sick. It's pissing. Poster boy, hit some reps, baby.
Never ends with you.
Never ends, poster boy. You male prick. You're looking awful thick today, bro.
Since I ate that shitty Golden Corral.
Yeah, Golden Corral is shit. I've noticed.
That's the first and the last time I'll ever eat that.
It's garbage. It's the most disgusting.
I have a nauseous feeling I want to throw up.
No, I'm not using it, bro. You can use it. Most disgusting food in the world, man.
Just go. Come on.
Talk about the
Come on.
food. What do you? I think
Huh?
the food.
Listen.
I think the food is absolutely disgustingly gross.
How many times have you eaten there?
I've ate there once I got sick.
Bullshit,
The time I ate there in 2014, I ate there?
You've never eaten there since?
No. Oh, I would never dare touch that shit. Holy mackerel. I felt I was nauseated the next weekday. It made me throw up and made me nauseous. Poop out a bunch of diarrhea. It's not worth it.
Between that garbage food and the way you smell, I'm going to be throwing up very soon.
Woo!
Put your feet nice and close together for the deads, huh? We're going to do rack pulls today because these fucking things sticking out here,
Yeah, suck.
I just...
Disgusting.
You move an inch and you're going to hit that thing.
That's why I don't like how fuck that shit. So annoying. So annoying.
Where's your girlfriend at?
She's somewhere. She's working, baby.
Sure she's working?
Yeah, she's working.
You sure she's not at another guy's house?
No, she's a massage. She's a massage.
Getting that thing beat?
Why don't you be quiet? You hate her.
So that's officially your girlfriend, huh?
Yeah,
Cynthia?
Yeah.
That's very nice.
Yeah, she's a very sweet girl.
She said she won't fuck you till you're married?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's when you go on your honeymoon. She whips out that 10-incher, tells you to bend the fuck over.
Your asshole.
Yeah,
Lightweight, baby. Lightweight. I'll get at least 6 good ones.
Yeah, okay. You can't even count to 6.
Yes, I can. I'll prove you. 1, 2.
Don't drop it so hard, man.
3. I'll get one more. I'm gonna go down. 4.
Oh, from 6 to 4. How convenient. You lazy fuck.
He could easily do 6. He's so fucking lazy.
Fucking how many years of lifting?
No, I looked good before. 2015 and 14.
He could have easily done 6.
2019. No one gives a fuck about 2014 or 15.
That already looked good.
We live in the present, not
I
in the
look
past.
good in the
pal.
past, man.
Oh, okay.
Look at my freakiness.
I tell you what, your density, I think, going to prove a lot of people
And
wrong.
since I got off the stuff too, I look even better, don't I?
No, you're maintaining well.
Yeah.
We'll see how you are in a couple weeks, but that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
You doing seated calf raises?
I did stand, I'll do some seated.
All right, that's some good mint break.
Longest.
Yeah, was the average 3 months?
6 to 12 months.
Okay.
Probably around under a year, I would
And
say.
that's once a week of yapping?
Sometimes more than yapping. Sometimes jerking each other off.
Huh?
There's your dick joke.
Nice. I didn't expect that one. It came out of nowhere.
Why were you interested? Is that because you seemed? It seems like you got, you know.
No, it was just a surprise.
You sure?
Yeah.
Let me tell you a story. When I was a little boy, I fucked all the neighborhood cats and they all got pregnant. Then the government had to get involved and it turned into this whole big thing. Lots of tests were ran and they couldn't explain the phenomenon.
Well, that's interesting. Thanks for sharing that story. Appreciate the donation, Cat Daddy. Dodo donated $2. Please react. Let me see.
Here with no Instagram, nobody living, nobody at, and I don't want to hear from none of these Jewish talk about, oh, he's in an episode. These bro, these niggas, you know what I'm saying? I'm on my Farrakhan Don right now, bro.
Kanye West is back, baby, doing some high-level satire that we mortals can never hope to understand. Or it is possible he is in the grips of another episode, hate to be the one to say it, and he is turning into anti-Semitic Kanye once again, rare form. You kind of forget that he's there, and then he just ends up giving some kind of diatribe like this at a listening party, album listening party in Las Vegas. During the event, West revealed he'd added another anti-Semitic line into his new music, Quote, I still keep some Jews with me. Management? Nah, I only let them do my jewelry. God, he's such a visionary.
Well, that's Kanye for you. He's a retarded anti-Semite. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Bootycum donated $2. Let me see. All right, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
How are you feeling now?
Uncomfortable.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be. What would it help if I apologize? I don't need.
No, it's fine. If you're joking, then it's okay.
Yeah. And if I wasn't?
No, I told you this shit is a liberal gay psyop. This is how people become transgender. They go, you're proving my point.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's hilarious how a tiny little joke can make you so uncomfortable. Sorry, that was demeaning. I apologize. It was denigrating.
Yeah.
Anyway, shall we get back to it?
Yes.
So I would say that, so you asked how long I've been doing it. So I would say the longest patient is 6 years, but even in that case, the patient has done well for extended periods of time. So they'll be like done with therapy for about 2 years, and then something will happen and they'll call and then we'll kind of work through it. We'll work together for about 6 months and then we'll take a break for 8 months and then something else happens. And that's usually what that looks like.
3 to 6.
There are definitely some patients who need ongoing emotional support. But those people, I think, tend to have difficulties with the basic day-to-day skills that lead to wellness. So either they are, they're in a situation where they can't exercise, they're cognitively in a space where they really can't regulate their emotions and they require someone else's like support in an ongoing basis. I've absolutely worked with people like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that's the majority of people. Exception rather than the rule.
What do people usually come by? Like, what are normal people going through right now?
What do you mean by that?
What's the average person coming into the therapy? Like, what are people dealing with? What patterns are you noticing? You're saying that streamers are ADHD rejects who are attention-seeking narcissists. What about the average person? Why are they coming in to pay for services?
Are you talking about the average person in general? Or the average person that sees me?
The average person that sees you. Like, what are you noticing as a common
people
theme
see
right
me
now?
for a different reason. So I think people see me that are a little bit less enamored with therapy and psychiatry. So given my background of like complementary and alternative medicine, and the fact that I studied to become a monk, like people will come to me because they don't want to be on medication, because they want to optimize their performance in some way. So, and most people come.
Is this vid recently made?
Yes, this came out 7 days ago. Thanks for the donation, James. I don't know why I'm so fucking tired. Oh.
Come to me because they are interested in like understanding themselves better and mastering themselves more.
Okay.
And sometimes
Dude,
they've got
I want
like,
a pizza.
oftentimes something will push them into my office. Like, so for example, people are afraid that like their anxiety is getting in the way of work, but most of the time it's not, it's like, I want to be free of this. Mm-hmm. I want to be able to enjoy life. I want to be able to do a good job at work. I'm tired of worrying about stuff that I know is not important. And they want help with that. And I think that most people will figure it out. I think it's just having someone who is an expert in the material. It's way easier to learn, right? I can figure out how to surf if I spend enough time in the ocean. But having someone who knows how to surf teach me, I'll just learn way faster.
Right.
So and this is kind of where, I have some questions for you, but, and I think that's really what we do as therapists.
Just
we
help
teach
people focus up.
Help people understand how, or this is what I try to do. I try to help people understand like how a human works. So when I ask you, for example, what are the mechanisms of prayer? How does prayer work? How does it work? How does it not work? What does therapy do, not do? So like the questions that I have for you, and if you want an impression of fixing what.
Booty Cam, do any tellers watch this? The struggle of autistics.
I look even better, don't I?
No, you're maintaining well.
Yeah.
We'll see how you are in a couple weeks, but that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
You're doing seated calf raises?
I did stand, I'll do some seated.
Seated stand, baby. Seated stand. I'll do some with you. Let's see your first set, baby.
Sounds good.
This is the real cat daddy. I like to fuck cats. I also like to fuck chickens. It all started when I was a little boy. The first time I got an erection was when our family cat put his ass in my face. Oh boy, I can still smell it today. Yes, I am cat daddy.
That's good to know, Cat Daddy. Thanks for the donation.
Would you shake that fat fucking black ass for me one of these days on the house? Darky?
No, twerks are always gonna cost you. No freebies. Thanks for the donation, though, James Wade. I'm sure that's not the real James Wade. Booty Cam, don't tell us it's doing the thing again. I see.
Alright, shut up and get in the car. He's driving. We're going over to public. What in the fuck?
It's just trash, man. That's all.
What the fuck? I don't even know if I want to get in here.
That's not that bad.
Holy shit. Oh, I
Please
want
don't
one of
film
those.
it, man. I don't want this.
You look like an asshole with that hat on like that, by the way. I have to get Jason fucking toenail clippers, and we're hacking this motherfucker off right now. You are ever gonna get laid having a fucking toenail like. If you're laying in bed with a chick, you're gonna fucking slice her all up. How do you drive? You drive like an old fucking man. Look at how close you are to the steering wheel. You could probably steer with your fucking stomach now.
At least I know how to drive.
Oh my god, and how is your head touching the ceiling? This
is my fucking car and I do what I want. It's my property.
I'm standing in the fucking garbage dump down here. I'm surprised it doesn't smell worse.
It's
Oh my god.
It's romance. Chemical romance. We don't care about handicaps. They're free.
Holy shit, how the fuck am I supposed to get out of here?
You did. You just kind of...
Fuck, man.
You just did.
Get your fat ass on that fucking scale.
I don't want to weigh on...
We have to find the toenail clipper for a horse.
I don't want to bleed, man. I'm going to do
You're
it
not
myself.
gonna fucking bleed.
I'm getting Brad today.
Look at this fucking guy.
I'm helping him out for once.
Helping me out? I don't need your fucking help. I'm helping you out because we're gonna hack that disgusting toenail off. Oh my god.
Oh my
rip it.
god.
Clip across. Don't rip it. Don't rip it. Just keep clipping.
Why the fuck is this one
God,
toenail so
look at how you hold that thing. Ew.
Oh my
Good.
god.
No, it's not good. Keep going. Cut that shit down. Bro, get underneath that shit, man.
I don't want to freaking hurt it.
You're not gonna hurt it. There's so much that's all it is nail. Why are you tearing it? I'm gonna... Jason, really, I do not want to have to fucking do this.
It's good now.
No. Cut it
good.
more. That's
It's
all.
good.
That's all fucked up, dude.
It's good.
Cut it more.
It's way,
No, it's
it's
not.
way better. Don't complain. I'm not gonna make it bleed, man. I'm not gonna risk getting infected more.
It's not gonna bleed. You're fucking
way better than it was.
God damn it. My fucking 9-year-old can cut her toenails better than this. See, now maybe you can lay in bed with a chick and not worry about fucking slicing her up.
Thanks for the breakfast.
Thanks for the breakfast.
Oh my god. Dude, that's so retarded. Why is his one toenail so fucking long? He's such a retard. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
What I think is incomplete about your understanding, we can start that.
Okay.
So
you have
gross.
other questions, or can I dive in?
You could dive in. Wait, before you dive in, can I go pee?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah. Share stream. I'm gonna go get some water. All right, I'm back.
What's that?
I don't know who I'm talking to.
A bunch of schizo 80.
Richard, my child. How are you doing, my son? I see you were a little down. Please accept me as your Lord and Savior. You are one of my children after all. Please, Richard, accept me to enter thy kingdom. Please repent before you are eternally damned. Titties.
Well, Jesus isn't real, so, I don't believe you, but thanks for the donation, Jesus Christ. Bootycum donated $2. Let me see.
Oh my God!
Very indeed.
Jay's going to. Oh my God!
Dude. Why? Just why? Like, it makes no sense. If he can clip his other toes, why doesn't he do his toenail? Oh, it's so nasty. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
PhD people.
Two donated $2. Let me see.
Nowhere near that.
Every team has an enforcer, and the Warriors have Draymond.
The reason Draymond went so demonstrably is that Gobert had Clay in a headlock.
Yeah.
And Draymond's not feeling that at all.
So he's just pulling him off. We're not doing that. This ain't that. Clay and McDaniels going at it here, and then all of a sudden Gobert comes in, and Draymond's like, no.
Yeah, it's
chill out.
And then Draymond, he headlocked Gobert there, so he's nowhere near that.
That is pretty retarded. Thanks for the donation, too.
Okay.
Okay. So let me ask you something. What is an emotion?
Is a feeling.
Okay. What is a feeling? Why do we have emotions as humans?
As a reaction to what we see and experience.
Okay. What is the purpose of an emotion?
The purpose of an emotion? I don't think there is one. I think they just happen.
Okay. So that sounds very I'm trying to think about. Okay, so I'm going to try to convince you that that's incorrect.
Okay.
Okay. So first of all, we can take the God angle. Like, I don't think God is omniscient, right?
What does omniscient mean? One?
All-knowing.
Okay.
So, like, God made us this way, right?
Yes.
God gave us emotions.
Yes.
So, like, God doesn't do nothing. This is something for no reason. He's not like, hey, I'm gonna fuck with the human race, and I'm gonna give you all emotions. I'm gonna make this human, and in order for y'all to be whatever, like, I'm gonna just toss in emotions. Like, so we exist for a reason. Like, everything within us, every part of us exists for.
Woody come doing $2, and it strikes again, 2213. All right, let me take a look.
So later. And what I told you to do to your feet, you're doing the opposite of what I told you to do. Just foot flat. By the way, when you go home, you have got to get a nail clipper on that toenail. Can you get a zoom in on that toenail? Oh, Jason, how are you gonna let that be like that? He's like a velociraptor.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
He's halfway to those guys that curl, you know, they've got the fingernails that curl all the way around.
Yeah,
Jason,
you cannot be getting on stage with anything like that.
Well, if your old producers show up at your house, you can just kick them with that foot.
Kill them. Stab them.
You'll slit their throats.
My neighbors. Right, so.
Oh, Jesus.
Why the fuck does he have that toenail? All right, well, thanks for the donation, Booty Chem. Appreciate it.
For a reason. So we have eyes for a reason, we have nose for a reason, we have mouth for a reason, we have dicks for a reason, right?
Bomboka! Yeah.
Not liking the dick jokes anymore? I can stop.
No, you're doing good. That wasn't really a joke. You just said it, but.
Okay. So we have emotions for a reason. So like what I would say, if someone asked me the question, what are emotions for? I would say that emotions are a source of information and a source of motivation. So for example, if I walk into a room and there's like tension in the air.
How was RoboCop? Was it worth it in your opinion? It's on sale right now for 30% off.
Yeah, RoboCop's definitely worth getting. I still haven't finished the game, but it's definitely worth getting. It's surprisingly good for it being from like a low budget sort of title. So I'd get it, especially if it's on sale right now. Thanks for the donation, Dutchie.
I'm going to feel emotionally uncomfortable.
Yes.
Or
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
I think black people starting to open their eyes up, man. You crazy. Black people blind as hell.
Boy, I just watched a video of Joe Biden literally saying they need to come up with a new vaccine and they need to come up with a way that people have to take it no matter what. I'm going to explain something very clear to you. If you think for 1 second you're going to force me to take any thing that you tell me to do, I will you up, homie. You and whatever army you send in the process.
You give me hope, man. That new vaccine, Keith, does it give you immunity? I don't think so. I think it's like the other one. Remember when it first came out? Hey, take the vaccine. You ain't got to wear a mask. You ain't going to die. Then they took it like, oh, man. Yeah, man, I got it. You still wearing a mask? Ha ha. I don't feel so good. Take this COVID test, man. Jesus. What? I'm positive. Then you look at your family and they look at you, then they be like, you gave it to me. You.
They're so stupid, dude. Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
I think that's inside of every single man. I think it's been dumbed down by the Matrix, but I'm uninterested in fun. I don't understand.
Oh, wait.
If I walk into a room and everyone was laughing and then suddenly everyone goes silent, what do you think is the emotion that you would feel?
When everyone's laughing, wait, and then I say a joke and everyone goes silent?
No. So everyone's joking and you walk into the room and everyone looks at you and shuts the fuck up.
Embarrassment?
Right? So like if you think about that, why would you feel embarrassed? Because you know they're talking about you. How do you know they're talking about you?
Because the whole energy shifts.
Exactly. And the energy shift, by the way, is all neurologically mediated. So your eyes notice the change in behavior. Your ears notice the change. You can sense things. So you're getting sensory input. That sensory input gets processed very, very, very quickly, but in a very, very primitive way. It's not like a logical thing that your mind runs through. Your brain gets all the sensory input and then it reacts with an emotion.
Yes.
And then if we think about emotions prepare us. They prepare the whole body to act in a particular way. Okay? So for example, if I feel angry, all kinds of stuff happens. I'm more willing to fight mentally. Agreed?
Yes.
I have adrenaline pumping through my system, which increases the blood flow to my skeletal muscles, decreases the blood flow to my visceral organs. So I stop digesting things. Liver doesn't need blood. Stomach doesn't need blood. Colon doesn't need blood. We need blood flow to our arms, our legs. Our mind starts thinking in terms of black and white when we're angry. So we stop seeing nuance. We stop being empathic. And that way, when we need to throw down, we can throw down. So anger helps us throw down. It makes us more motivated to throw down. It makes us more likely to throw down.
Okay.
So, and if I walk up to you and I slap you across the face, you will get angry. And that anger is good, right? You see that? Like it serves a purpose.
Yes.
Okay, so emotions are sources of information and sources of action. Now, the next thing is that emotions are not always useful. Sometimes our emotions can lead us in the wrong direction. Agree?
Yes.
Has that ever happened to you?
Of course.
Do you feel comfortable sharing an example about that?
To where an emotion led me in the wrong direction?
Yeah.
Does horny count?
Sure.
Fucking focusing on women instead of what I'm supposed to do. Happens like on stream all the time. Or
Levo, yes. Does horny
fear,
count?
I think supplementing using drugs to cope with fear. Stuff like that in the past.
Okay, so like, yeah. So I mean, I think that's actually. I love those examples because I think they really speak to. So when we have emotions, so they can be useful, but they can also, like, if we're not in control of them, if we don't really understand where they come from or why they come from a particular place, and we're not able to regulate them, we get into trouble, right?
Right.
So then, are you? By the way, are you kind of is this okay? What we're doing?
Yeah,
right
no,
now?
I'm following. I'm following. You're explaining the use of emotions.
Yeah. So, and then I think that, like, so this is where we kind of come to emotions such as crying or as a weakness, and that's kind of where I'm going with this. Is that I think so? In my opinion, or expertise, or call it whatever you want to, like, you will be a more effective human being if you can understand and even to a certain degree control, if you have a better relationship with your emotions. In the same way that we can train our muscles or our breathing, we can also train our mind.
Right. I agree.
Right? And so I think one of the key parts of that training is a better relationship with our emotions. And specifically to understand, so sometimes we will also have inappropriate emotions. So a good example of this is, let's say that I get anxious asking for a raise from my boss. Even though I've worked really hard, I feel I deserve it, but something has happened to me over the course of the way that my brain formed, where asking someone for a favor or something that I believe I deserve results in anxiety.
Yeah.
So that's like a bad situation, right?
Yes.
And in this scenario, I imagine you would say, go work out, pray, and gas yourself up in some way, and then go demand what you are owed. Go and be strong, right?
I wouldn't say gas yourself up, but yeah.
What would you say?
Work on yourself. Like, just work on something. Work for your future self. Gassing yourself up, I think, is inflating your ego. I don't think you should inflate. I think you should earn it. So work.
Okay, so work, and yeah, so I think like that's a fair perspective. So I think a lot of what, so the another thing to understand is sometimes the way that our emotions get wired are based on our experiences. So for example, like, let's say that, like, I don't know, I mean, this is kind of a random ass example, but let's say that one of my parents was a clown and one of my parents was physically abusive. And then what happens is, since they were wearing their clown costume when they were physically abusive, when I was 5 years old, I learned
this is great.
to fear clowns. So my brain formed associations, which is what brains do, that when I see big floppy shoes and a big red nose, that means that I'm in danger. And so this is the way that our brain wires based on experiences. Does that make sense? You follow me?
Yes.
Okay. So then what happens is, like, I'm 35 years old, I'm at my kid's 6th birthday party, and someone invited a clown, which I've been avoiding, which means I start having anxiety and panic because my brain has learned a long time ago, when my neurons were still forming, that clowns mean danger. Clowns mean run away. Okay?
Yes.
And so now I've got this problem where, like, I need to rewire my brain. I need to, even though intellectually I understand that clowns are not dangerous, there's a part of my body and my brain that responds in a way that is separate from my intellect. It's primitive. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So there are many ways to do that. One of the most effective ways to reprogram yourself is psychotherapy. So psychotherapy is the process of understanding. So for example, like, I'll just give you like an actual example. So there's a kind of psychotherapy called EMDR.
I know.
Which is,
yeah. I'm aware of it. Where your eye, it's like hypnosis. Your eyes follow, and you're supposed to forget traumatic past. Like people, I heard about EMDR.
Yeah. So it's not that you forget traumatic past. It's that normally when we think about a particular memory, and I'm sure that if we talked long enough, I could ask you about particular memories, and those memories would trigger emotional reactions with you, right?
Yep.
Okay. And you could do the same with me. We could talk about whatever, and we would have some emotions. Now, the problem is that when people have something like PTSD, the size of their reaction is debilitating. So like when I hear, like if I'm a Vietnam War vet or something like that, or an Iraqi war vet, and I hear a door slam, my mind literally goes back to being in a combat scenario. I stop, drop, and roll. I'm trying to duck under fire, but like I'm at a bus stop dropping my kid off. So that shit needs to be rewired. And so the way that EMDR works is we actually have those people recall that stuff, but the way that we move our eyes, since our attention is somewhere else.
You're supposed to look back and forth to forget things. Does it actually work though?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I'm going to say yes, but there is certainly a camp of people in the psychiatry and psychotherapy community that think that EMDR, the therapeutic benefit of EMDR is been overblown, and it's not everything that everyone thinks it is.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of, anyway, so EMDR is just a good example of what we're trying to do is almost like split your mind and prevent that emotional reaction. So now we're going to talk about this stuff, but since you're concentrating over here, you're not actually paying attention to the memory, and then you get desensitized to it. It's a desensitization therapy, right? So what we're trying to do is like stop a automatic reaction by retraining the brain, actually, and the body.
Is that even possible?
100%. I mean, you with desensitization, you can desensitize. You have been desensitized.
But you're trying to like trick yourself into doing it. Is like the eye movement actually doing it, or is it the process of thinking about it? And
it's the process of having your attention in one place so that all of your attention does not gravitate towards the traumatic memory. That's the mechanism, in my opinion.
Okay.
So I don't know if that kind of makes sense, but like, let me put it to you this way. Let's say, well, what's an example? So let's say that you're...
You know what? We got about halfway through this video. I think we'll watch the other half tomorrow. Hopefully Frank Tufano uploads some more content so we can laugh at his face. And we'll maybe watch some of this tomorrow too. Oh yeah, and the stupid ass fucking debate. But I think I'll end it here. It's a bit late. I'm tired as shit, and I keep yawning and crap. But, hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And sweet dreams.